Hey, it's Throwback Thursday, everybody. Hope you're having a great day today on August 31st, the last day of the month. It's going by so quick. Hope you're all here to join me today. We're going to be looking into a couple cold cases, guys. Throwback Thursday is what it's about. Thank you so much for joining me, and let's get into this. Let's get this show on the road. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Great to see you. Thank you for joining me again today. It's great to see you all, as always. Oh, 1 second, everyone. What is going on with my thing here? Okay, here we go. Once again, thank you for joining me today. It's great to be back. I hope you guys had a great night last night. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see you guys last night. Got busy, and it was too late. So my apologies. But we will be doing a evening stream Friday night, tomorrow night, I should say. Back to the daytime one today for now, I should say. It's Throwback Thursday, folks. So again, this is what we do. We're looking at some cold cases today. They definitely need a little bit of attention, folks. Start off with, we're going to be looking at Madalena Kojikari. I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with this one. It's definitely a sad situation. Little girl goes missing, and that's it. Nothing more. And I don't like it. And if we have the time, we're gonna be looking into Brandon Abbott as well. These are two that are about a year old each, and they definitely need some attention, guys. Definitely need some attention. So I appreciate you all joining me for this. That's what I was saying. Is there's so many cases out there. These are both children, by the way. That's why I'm looking into them. So many cases out there that need to be looked at that um, haven't been touched in a while. So we definitely need to do some stuff on them. So I appreciate you guys joining me today. Very much so, actually. Let's see. So for that matter, let's see who is joining us today. So excited to be here with you guys. Looks like we got my friend and yours, Mr. Dinky, 1974. Welcome back. Good to see you, Dinky. Candy Girl, good to have you here. Clear Lake Murders. So simple. So similar to the Idaho murder that happened in 2003, not today. Clear Lake murders, huh? Maybe I will look at that then. I'll give it up. I'll leave it up to you guys then. That's what I'll do. We'll talk about that in a minute. So we got No Chains, No Mo, Chicken, the Chic Antique. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Phantasmic Ether. Thank you for joining us today. Rondi Potter, welcome back. Good to see you. SRB, always happy to have you here. The 360 Life, welcome back. Good to see you. Let's see. Timothy Lynch, thank you for joining us again today. We appreciate you so very much. Let me see. Miss Wisdom Speaks. Miss Sherry's in the house. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us, Miss Sherry. Always happy to have you here. Deborah Thompson, welcome back. Great to see you. Chalk Baby, always a pleasure. Always happy to see you. Dakota Parker, welcome back. Ron John, what is up, brother? Good to see you. Of course, the lovely Miss Heather's in the house. Always happy to have you here, sis. Thank you for joining us today. Pammy B, welcome back. Let me see here. 1 second. And as always, thank you, Miss Heather, for everything you do. Let me see. Todd, who dat Clement, thank you for joining us. Welcome back. Good to have you. SRB, again, good to see you. Sorry about that. Sudi Basic, welcome back. Great to have you here. Good to see you. 1 minute, almost did it. Not yet. One maiden nut, my friend Eddie. What are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Let's see. Ronnie Potter, Tanya Clements. Great to have you here. Of course, Crime Time with Mama Bear is going to be joining me here for a little bit. Yeah, that's absolutely fine, Mama Bear. An hour is enough for me. Let's see. Mama J, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Sooner Girl, welcome back. Good to see you. Not that Nikki, always happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Salty Sleuth, thank you so much for joining us. North Carolina Mountain Man, my friend, good to see you. Bonnie Bailey, always a pleasure. Good to see you here. Thanks for joining us today. Miss Layla Stevens, happy to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Let's see. DS, welcome back. Great to see you. Latrell Hill, welcome. Good to see you, sis. Thanks for joining us today. Nat Cat, welcome back. Valerie Hope, thank you for joining us today. Good to see you. Let me see. Yeah, come on up, Mama Bear. We can get a little bit of time. An hour. I'm sure they'd love to see you for an hour. Let's see. The Karma Police is in the house, guys. Be careful. Make sure you're following them rules. CC Ice, welcome back. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Katie Quarters, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Let's see. Slipper Sloth from Australia. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Leslie Densley Watkins, thank you for joining us. Kimberly Barrett, good to see you, and congrats. Member for 2 whole months. Hey, good to see you. Good to have you here, Kimberly. Thank you for being part of this awesome community. We appreciate you. And so do all of the other meatballs in this sauce, guys. So thank you guys, all of you that are members and members of the sauce, for being here. Stevie Irwin, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Peppermint Tea, good to have you here. Vix Logic, welcome back. Let's see. Groot, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Red's in the house, everybody. Good to see you. Moni in the middle, what's going on? Good to have you here. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you. What's going down, Cowboy? Good to see ya. Thanks for joining us. All right. Robert Belt with the first super sticker of the day. Thanks for being here, Robert. We appreciate you. Broken Raikou, thank you for joining us, brother. Good to see you again. Let me see. Ivon Montez, always happy to have you here. Coffin Doffer Sucks, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here, especially with that name. Always appreciated. Dang it, Nancy. I love it. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to be saying that one all day now. Damn it, Bulber. Dang it, Nancy. I love it. Love it. Good to have you here. Good to see you. I love the new faces, guys. Always loving the new faces. Timothy Lynch, great to see you again, my friend. It's been a minute. Cassie Hackett, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. What is going on here? Looks like crime time with Mama Bear. Just gifted 5 memberships. How about that one, guys? How about that one? Latrell Hill, welcome to the Meatballs. We was just talking about that. You are now a meatball, as well as Luciana Lenz. Who else do we got going here? Looks like Namaste, Hot Ham Radio, and Rumsey. All right, Latrell, welcome to the fam. Miss Wisdom Speaks, thank you so much for that, Miss Sherry. Again, guys, this channel is 100% crowdfunded, which means that the bills are all paid from everybody's donations going into the Venmo, PayPal, and the Cash App to keep me coming out to you every single day. And I appreciate every one of you guys that has done that in the past and will do it in the future. You are appreciated. Welcome to the family, Latrell. You are now a meatball, officially. It has happened. You have been gifted. You can thank Mama Bear for that one. Hey, you are all set. Yes, you are green. Yes, you are. Welcome to the sauce, dear. Got new meatballs, guys. Make sure you welcome them in and make them feel nice and juicy. I know that sounds creepy, but, it's a meatball, whatever. It is what it is. Wordplay, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mama Bear. We love you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I told you guys we're gonna be gifting memberships ourselves here pretty soon. My time's coming too. It is coming too. Let me see. SRB, good to see you. I think I got everybody. And we got 118 people, guys, with 46 likes. What is going on? Let's make that match if we can. Especially on these cold cases, guys. I really want to get out into the algorithm with this so that we can make sure that these things get heard. Please, please, please. It was a little wrong. You're right, Zelda. My apologies. I was trying to think of the right way to say it. I couldn't think of what else to say. You know what meatballs are all about. It's weird. I felt weird as soon as I said it. What do you want to do? Only human, folks. I'm only human. Congrats again. All of you new meatballs. It's great to have you. Latrell was just saying she wanted to be a meatball so bad yesterday. And guess what?
Aww. Well, there you go. Congratulations.
Yep. Congrats and welcome, Latrell. We're so happy to have you here. And she's a neighbor to me, really, 10 minutes away from me.
I was going to say literally. Town neighbor, not state neighbor.
I know, she don't live right next door to me. No, but she's in, she's about 10 minutes away from me. It's pretty cool. Click the link here, toggle to a thank you, Miss Heather. This is how you can become a member if you don't have it. If you're not doing it yourself and you want to be gifted membership, make sure that you go in, click that link, toggle to allow gifts that will make you eligible to receive a membership when they are gifted right there. And thank you so much, Miss Heather. Let's see here. Phantasmic. We're working on getting you back into the getting you into the Discord. We've been having a lot of Discord issues, so my apologies. We'll get it figured out. I promise. Miss Rivera, good to see you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Kimberly Barrett says, congratulations to all the new meatballs. That's right. Excited to have you guys here. Thank you all for joining me today. We got 122 with 58 likes. It's still not matching everybody. Come on, let's do this. This has to be out in the algorithm, folks. It's a cold case. We got to get it heard by everybody. Once we get in that algorithm, all sorts of people will jump in here to check this out. Little creepy, but funny. You are absolutely right, Rondi. It was a little creepy for sure. I gotta agree. Definitely. I almost said that once before, and the setting for it wasn't correct. And I said, I was going to say something juicy, and I went,
maybe not.
It would have been worse if I'd have said it that time than what it was this time. So, I'm glad you guys are lucky I didn't. I'm like, what the hell do you say about a meatball? They're juicy. See, I said it again. I feel weird. I feel weird saying the word juicy. It's just I don't know what else to say to it.
Yeah, it's just like saying moist. It's just.
Yeah. Nope. That's definitely not going to work for me. No. Moist is not a word that I So great to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're lucky to have Mama Bear. Spicy. Yes, Susie. There we go. spicy. Maybe it's better than juicy. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That's a spicy meatball. There we go. No, Kim. No. No. No moist
What,
meatball.
Rondi?
No. Michael 007, good to see you, brother. Savory. Yes, you're some salty ass meatballs. Sorry. Salty, that's her name. She's a salty ass meatball. I love it. The moist. She said moist. Evie Marie, thank you for joining us. Good to see you here. I appreciate you. That's a spicy meatball. Salty, exactly.
Mm.
There's a lot of people that hate that word. I don't hate it. It just something about it is not.
Yeah.
Doesn't work for me. Moist is the only only acceptable with cake. Yeah, you can't say like that's a juicy cake. That would be people would be like, "What the hell did you just say?"
Yeah.
Good to see you, Kim Marin. Thank you for joining us today. Again, guys, today is Throwback Thursday. We got a couple cold cases to take a look at that need some attention. That's right, Miss Heather. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you,
Please
Heather.
be sure to sub to our co-host, Crime Time with Mama Bear. There's a link for it. She really doesn't do much with it, but we're working on it. One of these days, we're going to make it happen.
One of these days.
Yes, maybe. She didn't have such
Better,
a busy...
I'm just going to throw my name on his channel and be done with it.
Yeah, well, pretty much the way it is anyway. It's the True Crime Cafe with Diego and the Mama Bear. We kind of did that already. Doesn't matter. We have to fix it up and make it look right. Such a juicy channel, right? Nope. Nope. It's not. It is not. I don't like it. And it's definitely not a moist channel because that's so bad. That's so bad.
Thank you, Broken Riku.
All right, Broken. Good stuff, buddy. A show on the Burger Chef murders would be a good... What the hell? Burger Chef murders?
Oh, that's an old one.
I've never even heard of that one. Really?
Yeah. I don't remember the details of it, but...
Throw these things out here, guys, especially on... Let's stick to the sauce. Amen to that one, Salty. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Good to see you, Molly dear. Thank you for jumping in with us today. Always appreciate ya. Old one, burgers. Make sure we're writing these down. I got a couple of them, but
I got Burger Chef murders written down.
Clear Lake murders. I mean, it's up to you guys. If you guys want to look at the ones that I had said about today, or we can pull up a couple of these other old ones and go over them. Whatever it's your guys' channel.
It's about time, Molly.
So, Mama said the word.
Did I know of, Christina? There's no Burger Chefs left. They're all gone.
No, I don't think so. They've been gone for... Hardee's took all those over. At least around here they did.
Yeah.
North Carolina Mountain Man, my friend. Thank you for everything you do for this community.
Aw, thank you, Groot.
You are appreciated. All right, guys. Keep it going. Show Mama Bear that love. If y'all remember how much... All right, hold on. Come on. Let's do this. It's up, like I said, it's up to you guys. If you guys want to look at some of these ones you've thrown out there, that's what I'm all about, guys. It's got to be something old. It's Thursday. We need to look at some of the cold cases out there. I just grabbed a couple that I knew needed looked at, but these ones, you said it so much, I've changed my name. Moni in the Middle. I love it. Thank you. That's awesome. You guys remember that song from the 80s or 90s, Moni in the Middle? I can't remember who. I think it was MC Light that did it. Moni in the Middle. Where's she at? She's in the middle. It was kind of like a hip-hop type song.
I heard it.
She changed her name to it. That's awesome. You rock and roll. That's awesome, Moni. Thank you. I mean, you didn't have to. I'm not thinking, but it's cool as hell. I'm going to say it all the time now. Moni in the middle of 69, and well, no, that didn't sound right. Sorry, Moni. Moni in the middle of 69. There we go. Oh, my mouth today. Burger Chef is shady like the Idaho murders. Well, guys, we can do it. If I can find it, we'll do it. Tony in the middle. Danger Zone. What's up, brother? Miss Pamela's in the house. Polly Pepper, welcome back. Good to see you. Miss Heather.
Wait, what?
What's the matter?
It was here in Indiana.
The Burger Chef one?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. In Speedway. Which is right by me.
So I take it there was Burger Chef over there somewhere?
Apparently.
Well, let me see.
It was in 1978.
Good Lord.
So
That's definitely a cold case. Miss Rivera, good to see you. Oh, okay. No worries, Miss Rivera. Let me see what we got here.
Wow, it sounds very familiar.
Oh, yeah? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, there was an update on it 2 weeks ago. Well, so be it. We'll throw it up there 55 years ago. Good Lord. And it's still unsolved. That's horrible. See, that's what I'm saying, guys. These cases, they should not. Oh, Lord. I forgot what the Burger Chef guy looked like. That's creepy. Absolutely, Cowboy. We'll throw it up there and take a look at it. And even maybe, depending on how much we got on it, maybe we'll even take a look at the Clear Lake murders today, too. Michael says he remembers reading about it over there in the UK. It must have been an interesting one then. Wow. Well, like I said, guys, it's what it's all about. Anything cold case, unsolved, we're hitting it. So I got these files on these two that we were going to look at, but we can go back to those any Tuesday or any Thursday. That's not a problem. Or any other time we don't have something to do. So welcome to all you spicy meatballs today. I appreciate you. And did we do it yet? Did we do it yet? No, guys. 77. Rose Burton. What's going on? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. How about the 3 men in LaSalle, Indianapolis? Okay. I don't know about that one. We'll have to check into that. There's so many of them. Shelly, good to see you.
Mm-hmm.
Here, but we'll be in and out doing tests for surgery. No problem, dear. Please, I hope everything's okay. I hope everything goes well for your testing and whatever the surgery is going to be. And again, thank you, Heather, for that, guys. If you haven't checked it out, please, 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 please look into our most talented Mr. Stevie Irwin's True Crime Jungle. This guy is super talented. Show some love. Go over, click on the link, and subscribe if you will. I appreciate that so very much. Okay, reminds you of the Idaho murders. Okay.
Yeah, I can see that, Cowboy. Definitely.
That's what we're doing today, then. We'll see how long we got and what it consists of. Might be the whole show. Wisdom Speaks is a re-term membership. Welcome back, Miss Wisdom. Always a part of this family. Good to have you here, dear. Miss Sherry, she's an awesome moderator. She's been with us for quite a while now, and she is so amazing. Does so much. And we love you. We love you so very much, Miss Sherry. Why is Molly sticking her tongue out at you? I think it was you. You see it?
Hmm?
Look on the screen. You were the last one to say something. Probably her doing it to you. I don't know. Michelle Mack, welcome back. Good to see you, Randy Furr. For those of you guys that had birthdays yesterday and the day before, I hope you guys had the very best. There was a couple people I didn't get a chance to do the birthday thing, so I'm so very sorry for that. I'll get you guys. I promise I will. Let's see. And once again, you wanted to. Okay, good, Moni. I'm glad. I hope I wasn't the one that made you do it, but I love it. I do. I love it. Miss Heather, again, if you will, please, guys, show some love. Go on over there and subscribe to our lovely little Miss Molly Drake. She's got another great channel, very talented as well. Show some love. Do it, do it, do it, if you will, please. Welcome, Carolyn Miller. Good to see you. The last day of August, folks. That's a fact. Smart ass Patriots in the house. Good to see you. You know I love saying that.
Oh, yeah.
What do we got there? What is this? Oh, thank you for that, Bear.
Mm-hmm.
You are appreciated. Very much so.
I'm going to find out if that building is still standing. If it is, I'll drive out there this weekend.
How far away is it from you?
10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like,
cool.
Yeah.
That would be
really
close. Very cool. Some pictures or whatever. That's great. Noni McPoppins in the house. What's up? Danger Zone. What's going on, buddy? Good to have you. Good to see ya. All right, guys. We got 150 people with 90 likes. We're almost there. Please, please, if you like me, show me. If you don't, then, oh well, I guess you don't. It happens. It's okay. I'll be okay. I might cry and sniffle a little later when I'm on my own. Yes, Miss Molly is so very talented. Didn't I say that?
Mm-hmm.
I thought I said that. Chains. Molly's very talented. We all know that. Molly's a map maker. Amongst other little things. She's amazing. She does a lot of great stuff with her channel, guys. Please check it out, if you will. And Miss Heather, thank you for that again, guys. I want to thank anybody that has done anything with that Amazon wish list that is pinned in the chat. I appreciate you guys so very much for that. More than you guys know. You've definitely helped me in a lot of ways. And Heather, thank you for putting that out there again. Yes, yes, yes. I just threw up Molly's link. Thank you, Chains. I appreciate you. Thank you, Robert Belt, for subscribing to Molly's channel. Molly Drake, you guys will like it. She does some really cool shit in there. For real. Very cool stuff. Let me see here. Okay. You are absolutely welcome, my darling. Alan, good to see you, and thank you for that as well. Guys, please leave me a little DNA on the like button on your way in the door. Miss Vicki Harrison's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Good to see you. Annie Ruler, welcome back. Great to see you. Management. All right, guys. Okay, we're in the algorithm. We can do this. The Borg, good to see ya. I guess I'll have to change the title up on this. That's okay. All right, let's give ya a little bit of a. Let me see here. Where is it? Wow. All right, well, we'll start off with this. No, we won't. No, we won't. No, we won't. 1 second. One moment, folks.
I know right where it's at. Okay. I'll go out there this weekend.
Sounds good. 1 second. Okay, let's kick this off, guys. So we're looking into thank you, Carrie Prashula. Good to see you. Could you please say a little prayer for my 3-year-old grandson had an oh my god. I'm so sorry, Carrie. Absolutely, of course, is in my thoughts and prayers, and I will definitely say a prayer. I hope everything's okay. I hope the little guy's doing all right. 3 years old. That's horrible.
Yeah.
I hope he's okay. Danger, danger, warning. We are in danger. Brian Hoffman, what's going on, buddy? Tanya Talia Farrow. Josie, welcome, dear. Good to see ya. Robert Belt, all you guys jumping in here. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Brian Hoffman, Bri Guy, what's going on, buddy? Good to see ya. Hope you're having a great day so far. Oompa Loompa, thank you for joining us.
Sooner my channel's Crime Time with Mama Bear.
It's a Gibson hanging on the wall behind her, by the way, guys.
Yeah, that's something. It's a guitar.
The big one. The big one. Yeah, she just calls it a guitar. Doodlebug, good to see you. Hi, Vibes. Good to see you. No worries. Thank you for listening in. We appreciate you so very much, as we do all of you. Thank you. Okay, guys, this we're jumping into today. Like I said, it's kind of weird not having Killy Rhythm. Okay. This is Throwback Thursday, folks. So we're looking at cold cases that are unsolved. This one, I had a little something different set up, but this makes more sense to me. This is from 1978. Isn't that right, Mama Bear?
78.
Yeah, right there in Indiana. So for those of you that are from Indiana that have been there, you guys should know what we're talking about. Or even maybe around the area. We got Michael from the UK saying he heard about it. It's pretty bad. So, and it's unsolved at this point. That's not cool. We got to check into that. Miss Sherry, thank you so much. Guys, if you will, please be sure to tip our lovely co-host, the awesome Mama Bear, if you can. Anything's appreciated, guys. There's her links. She definitely deserves it.
You guys are sweet. Thank you, Sherry.
All right. Charlotte Gross, good to see you. 78. Yes, I know, Josie. It's been a minute, right? That's why we got to look at it. I was 4. How about that one? So I was looking into it then. I had my chocolate milk at preschool, my donut. I was checking out the cold case.
I was still living in Illinois at that point.
Yeah. Well, we're probably close to the same age, right?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. My birthday is the 11th, so we're the same age for a few days.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be 49 on the 23rd of November.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, I'm almost 50 years old. What is going on? Anyway, moving forward. Let me know if you guys can hear this, okay? This is Ticket. Kells at 26. You're a youngin', Kells. Welcome. Good to have you. We got a couple babies in here. Not many, but a couple. Rose Burton, good to see you. Working killed, but yes. All right. Well, here we go.
It was actually 4.
James was a teeny bopper. You're only 10 years older than me, so you were 14. Yes, you were. You're right. All right. Good stuff, James. What's up? Thick infants in the house. Fat baby Toodles. We've got a couple babies in here.
Yeah, Tanya, I'm originally from a little town in Illinois called Vandalia. Not
Vandalia, okay.
Not Vidalia, like the onion. Vandalia.
Right. Yes, Stevie, you are. Appreciate it, Bubby. That's a fact. Batshit Crazy, good to see you. All you moderators are absolutely appreciated so very much. We have a good mix. Yes, we do. This community is awesome. All right. The Burger Chef murders, folks. Let's check it out.
When I was walking around, I did walk in the manager's office, and I noticed that the safe is sitting wide open, cash drawers are laid out. And that's when I called somebody, and they told me to call the police.
You think there'd be some reason someone want to hurt your friends?
Oh, it's drugs. Somebody owed somebody.
Drugs? That's a mighty high price to pay for drugs. It was on a Friday night.
that 4 employees were cleaning up after a long night of flipping burgers and getting spit on by French fry oil. That together, they would inexplicably disappear like goddamn ghosts. Goddamn burger flipping ghosts.
Oh.
Never to be seen alive again.
Okay then. Just so you guys know, this was like a spur of the moment thing, so I did not know what to expect with this. Molly said it scared the crap out of her. By the way, this content was brought to us care of Deadbug is what it's called, the channel, folks. Deadbug says it's the channel, guys. So like I said, I had to jump on something quick to make this happen, so my apologies for the goddamn bugger flippers. You know, I don't even know where that came. I was like, what the hell? Anyway, hopefully we get, the voice. That's right, Mr. Vera. Way louder than me. Right. All right, let's get this rolling, folks.
Okay, let's see now. That's 5 burgers, 3 fries, and 2 shakes.
Hello, I'm Burger Chef, Mr. Magic. And I like magic a lot. In fact, I like magic even more than I like chocolate-covered crumble grannies or purple-dotted Tuesdays.
Maybe it's just me, but I get the feeling this guy likes to perform more than magic on these kids. Burger Chef was a fast food joint that started operating in 1954 in Indianapolis.
I'm going to have to change the name of the stream now. I didn't expect it, but no problem.
But eventually grew and spread across all the United States and parts of Canada, which by chance a lot of pedophiles live. The fast food joint peaked in 1973 with over 1,500 operating locations, eventually closing in 1996. But it wasn't the big chef burger or being able to add your own garnishes to that burger that the restaurant will be remembered for. It was the disappearance and subsequent murders of 4 of their employees in their flagship restaurant in Speedway, Indiana, that will forever stick in people's minds like the cancer-causing burgers that will forever stick in people's colons. And of course, that hasn't been proven. That's just one of my many theories. Investigators were able to establish that it would have been just after 11 p.m. and the 4 employees would have been cashing out, cleaning up, preparing for the morning staff to come in. It is believed that 20-year-old assistant manager Jane Freed and 18-year-old Ruth Shelton were in the back office cashing out, while the other 2 dipshits were on mop duty. And at this point, someone or someones entered the restaurant. Investigators think they'd entered through the back because the door would have been propped open as they took out the garbage. It was around 11:59, a fellow employee was passing by. He saw the lights on, thought he'd go in and say hello to his friends. But there was no one there. Bizarrely, the door was open. But he was even more surprised to go into the office and see that the safe door was also open, and there were no cash inside. So he phoned the manager, and he told him to call the cops. When the piggies arrived and started poking around,
Oh my God.
they were a robbery, straight and simple. The 4 employees had taken the $500 in cash and were off somewhere smoking and drinking it away. And once the buzz was gone, they'd all be back with a hangover, their tail between their legs, and the taste of pussy on their lips. The guy's lips. Although it wouldn't be so bad if it was the girl's lips as well.
Oh. Oh my God.
What the hell is going on?
Oh my God.
What is this?
Holy shit.
This is what happens. This is what happens when I have to jump something the spur of the moment. What the hell just happened? Wow. I can't even do it. I can't do it. At that point, I do not trust it. Dude. What is your problem, bro?
Oh my God.
I don't even know what to say.
Might need.
I have no idea. I don't even know what just happened, you guys. So sorry about that. Wow. So, I guarantee I'm going to be clipping this one. Let's go this direction now.
Were missing from a Burger Chef restaurant in the 12th.
Jesus. So sorry, folks. I can't. Who the hell would put that out in as a, even if he's trying to put on, you know, like act like he's somebody else? Like, come on, man. That's not how you do this stuff. Good Lord. But no, you don't even want to know, Nikki. You don't even want to know. Unbelievable. I did not expect that. My absolute apologies, everyone. Yeah, right, Carolyn. That's an understatement. What a lowlife. No shit. Like, why would you talk about, like, in this situation? Shut up, Brian. I said, where's my inhaler? Not even, like, that there's no class with that. And we're trying to talk about a cold case, and you're acting like that? Good Lord, have mercy. Wow.
It's
everything else. I would listen. I was leery about the rest of it. When he did that, that's it. I'm done. I can't. She says she can't breathe. It was my face, I guess. Well, what was I supposed to act like?
It's not
face.
It was
go ahead.
It was just that it was. It just wasn't expected.
Not at all. I don't even know what face eating cats at a burger joint is what? Is a little strange. Yeah. Fred. Oh God. Gotta love it, guys. We gotta love it. Whose idea was this? Cowboys? This is your fault, Cowboy.
Thanks, Cowboy.
They said my face. All I know is that I went, oh, like, oops. Whoops. Sorry.
And I think that's the point where I lost it.
It is. It's ridiculously. It's funny. Yes. Well, as soon as he said the dipshits, I was a little nervous. Like, okay, but I did not expect that. Yes, this goes on Dago's blooper reel for sure. Oh, good God, that is horrible. I am so sorry, you guys. Oh, gotta love it. Can you have the link?
Exactly.
It's called Dead Bug Says. Go watch it. Have fun. Sorry, I ain't playing it in here. Good Lord, have mercy. This guy. Wow. I'm guessing that's what he wanted the reaction to be like, so who knows? Let's try this one. It's going to be a little different, I'm hoping.
Of November 18th, 1978. 4 employees.
Okay.
Indiana State Trooper Jim Kramer's radio crackled with a call from dispatch. It was the early hours of November 18th, 1978. 4 employees were missing from a Burger Chef restaurant in the 12,500-person town of Speedway, located on the fringes of Indianapolis. Kramer expected the 4 would turn up before dawn, rattled but alive. But by the following morning, they were still missing. The disappearances quickly spread throughout Indianapolis and the surrounding areas. The Indianapolis News led with the headline, 4 missing after Speedway robbery. When Kramer arrived for work Sunday morning, his commander updated him on the latest developments. Jane Freet, aged 20, Ruth Shelton, aged 17, Danny Davis, aged 16, and Mark Flemons, aged 16, were found murdered. Burger Chef was a fast food restaurant franchise in the United States. It began operations in 1954 in Indianapolis, Indiana, expanded across the United States, and peaked in 1973 with 1,050 locations, including some in Canada. Like many fast food restaurants, Burger Chef attracted young employees wanting to make some pocket money. The four in our video were no different. It was a typical Friday night at a Burger Chef restaurant in Speedway on November 17, 1978. Burger Chef was once a major chain that competed with McDonald's but went out of business in the early 1980s and is now essentially forgotten. In fact, the events of this night are likely one of the primary reasons why Burger Chef is still remembered today. That evening, the restaurant was staffed by Freet, Shelton, Davis, and Flemons, and as usual, the four employees closed the store at 11 p.m. At midnight, an unnamed co-worker who had intended to meet up with the four that evening stopped by, but he immediately noticed something was amiss. The store's back entrance, which was supposed to be locked, was wide open. When he entered the restaurant, he discovered the safe was open and empty. The cash registers had also been emptied. The four employees scheduled to work that evening were nowhere to be found, and Freet's white Chevrolet Vega was missing from the parking lot. The investigation into the robbery and the missing workers began early on Saturday morning, November 18th. Police saw that the cash register had been depleted and that the safe and rear doors were open. $581 in total seemed to be missing. It was not a small sum in 1978, but it was enough for the police to make a fuss. It still meant the offense fell within the realms of trivial larceny. In fact, the police initially suspected that no actual robbery had occurred. Their theory was that the four employees, bored on a Friday night and exhausted from working menial jobs, may have stolen the cash, fled the store, and went out to party. Near the safe, authorities discovered 2 empty money bags, an empty coil of tape, and the coins from the previous night. Only the bills were taken, which the police interpreted as falling in line with their joyride theory. There were, however, other items left behind. The 2 female employees' handbags and jackets were left in the store. Even though temperatures in mid-November in Indiana are not in the sub-zeros, it is still cold enough to require a jacket. As there was no sign of a struggle, police disregarded the peculiarity of these neglected items. They left the scene expecting the 4 to arrive later that day. As November 18th progressed, however, the employees' families grew concerned because none of the 4 had returned home. The families continued to express concern to Speedway authorities throughout the day, nearly 24 hours after none of the missing employees had been found. Things took an ominous turn when Freet's white Chevrolet Vega turned up in the middle of town. The door on the driver's side was locked, but not the door on the passenger side. Freet was nowhere to be found, and there was no evidence in the vehicle to suggest where the missing employees had gone. The car resembled an abandoned vehicle, not one whose owner had been out all night and had since returned home. The police began to suspect that the 4 missing Burger Chef employees had not vanished of their own accord, but had been kidnapped by the thief or thieves who had robbed the restaurant the night before. The case evolved from a straightforward robbery case to one of kidnapping. On November 19, 1978, authorities were contacted by a couple walking through the woods 20 miles away from the Burger Chef. They discovered 4 bodies in a remote area of the woodland. When police arrived, they found the corpses of the missing Burger Chef employees still wearing their uniforms. Shelton and Davis seemed to have suffered an execution-style gunshot wound to the back of the head. Freed had signs of having been stabbed twice in the chest. She was stabbed so violently that the knife blade broke off inside her chest. Asphyxiated by his own blood, Flemons died after being left on his back. Flemons had suffered severe blunt force trauma from what appeared to be a chain, but the exact murder weapon could not be confirmed. It was determined that the 4 died on Friday night or early Saturday morning. The search of the crime scene yielded no results. The gun, knife handle, chain, and any other blunt objects matching Flemons' wounds could not be found after an exhaustive search. However, the murder weapons were not the only missing evidence. Because the initial crime appeared to be that of a simple robbery, authorities who initially examined the scene made a critical error that at best hindered the investigation and at worst freed multiple murderers. Instead of closing the restaurant and meticulously examining the scene, the police informed Burger Chef employees that they could reopen on November 18th. The police did not collect evidence from the crime scene
What?
before allowing it to be contaminated by other employees.
Wow. This is so much like Idaho, it's not even funny. Not to mention the other part of this. Yeah, let's forget about that one. But it is. Contaminated crime scenes. We got multiple weapons, multiple victims. This is crazy.
Right?
I still can't get over the first part of this. God. Once again, my apologies, guys. Insane.
And countless customers the next day. No fingerprints were collected, nor were any hairs or fibers. They at least had the crime scene photographs. Or did they? These too were an unforgivable blunder on the part of the police department. Investigators assisting with the case noted anomalies in the photographs, such as the time of day and the location of particular objects. After this was brought up, Speedway police confessed that they had set up the photographs as they had not taken any during the initial investigation of the crime scene. They had returned to the Burger Chef later, set up items such as the currency bags from memory, and then took photographs which reporters and the public would later criticize as insufficient and unscrupulous police work. The investigators had no physical evidence in the case, which caused numerous complications as the investigation progressed. After the homicides, the community attempted to help in the search for the perpetrator and comfort those who knew the victims. Burger Chef posted a $25,000 reward for information leading to an arrest, but this has never been claimed. The 1979 yearbook for Speedway High School included a memorial for Mark Flemons that read, "Mark, we'll always remember you. We'll always remember." The investigators had hit a dead end until a witness who had been near Burger Chef that night tipped off the authorities. The witness reported seeing a vehicle with two males just before the restaurant closed. One man had a beard, while the other was clean-shaven and had blonde hair. Based on the descriptions, the authorities drew sketches and had those sketches made into clay models of the men's faces. However, despite distributing sketches and photographs of the clay models, they still had no leads. That was the case until several weeks after the murders. A man was in a bar boasting about his involvement in the murders. The police located the man, questioned him, and found that he had been lying. However, he did provide police with the identities of people he believed were involved in the murders. On investigating these men, they discovered that one resembled the individual with the beard. Called in for a lineup, he decided to shave his beard on the morning he was due at the station for the lineup. The witness could not positively identify him without his beard, so police were compelled to release him. In an article from the spring of 1979, the Indianapolis News uncovered a second piece of evidence. It was said that the Speedway police had conducted an undercover investigation into a suspected drug operation working out of Burger Chef. Supposedly, the organization disbanded a few months before the homicides. The investigation into links between the narcotics ring and the kidnapping murders also produced no results. Years then passed with no information or leads. Then, on March 5, 1981, a Drug Enforcement Administration agent and an undercover Indianapolis police officer arrested a 30-year-old man for alleged cocaine distribution conspiracy. His name was James Freet, the brother of the Burger Chef victim, Jane. The arrest sparked further speculation among law enforcement and the media that Jane was the intended target of the murders, with revenge against her brother as the motive. Freed denied any involvement in his sister's murder, and beyond speculation and theory, there was no evidence. Later that spring, a prison counselor informed State Trooper Kramer and Officer Lindsay, the only officers still working on the case, of a fight between Freet and Alan Pruitt, a 24-year-old inmate at the Marion County Jail. Pruitt apparently insulted Freet with a condolence, "Sorry about your sister." Kramer and Lindsay had found Freet to be engaging. Now, however, they requested to hear from Pruitt. Pruitt told the officers that on November 17, 1978, he saw two men abduct the victims in Jane's white Vega and an orange van. Pruitt assumed that Tim Willoughby and Jeff Reed were youth partygoers off to a party, even though, as he told Kramer and Lindsay, he also saw Reed bash Mark Fleming's forehead into the side of the van. Pruitt believed that Willoughby and Reed were the killers. However, he didn't develop the theory until the day after the murders. He said that on that day, the two men approached him in the same orange van he had seen the night before. They offered him a ride and a joint. Pruitt gladly accepted and climbed into the van. Pruitt discovered Mary Ann Higginbottom, Willoughby's girlfriend, in the back of the van. Pruitt said that he believed she was high. Willoughby and Reed questioned Pruitt about what he saw happen outside the Burger Chef the night before, between puffs of the marijuana joint. While driving, Mary Ann whispered in Pruitt's ear, telling him how Willoughby and Reed murdered the 4 Burger Chef employees and how they would kill her to silence her. After a short drive into the woods, everyone exited the van. Mary Ann looked at Pruitt and told him to run. "They're going to kill you too," he remembered her saying. Pruitt claims he ran, tumbled down a slope, and splashed across the creek. He then heard a gun go off. Several hours later, Pruitt found a road and hitchhiked home. Pruitt's story appeared at least plausible, given that Mary Ann's body was discovered in a barrel with a gunshot wound. Throughout 1981, Kramer heard Pruitt tell his story multiple times. Pruitt sounded credible to him. As the years went by, Pruitt's story changed to the point where he finally said, "I did lie to cops one time about some stuff because they really pissed me off. They just started bugging me and hounding me and pushing me and pushing me and pushing me. I just got to the point. I finally just started telling them anything they wanted to hear." Tim Willoughby and Jeff Reed was a dead end. On the afternoon of January 9, 1989, convicted rapist Donald Forrester sat at a table in the headquarters of the Marion County Sheriff's Department. In a videotaped interrogation, he began discussing the night of the Burger Chef homicides. He informed the authorities that he was a member of a narcotics syndicate. According to him, the homicides were a hit for a debt owed by Jane. Mark tried to play the hero when he and his accomplices stormed the restaurant's rear entrance that night. He was nearly killed by...
This really matches up a lot with Idaho in a lot of ways, guys. It's kind of interesting.
By Forrester and his accomplices, while the other victims were tied with wire and forced into an awaiting van. They were all begging, Forrester would say. Captain Mel Wilsey of the Marion County Sheriff's Department found it remarkable that Forrester could lead detectives to the remote and rural murder scene. After a length of time, it just seemed like for sure it was the right guy, Wilsey would say. Forrester would confess to the murders and recanted his confessions many times over the years. Kramer learned of Forrester's initial confession in 1986 and drove to the Marion County Jail to meet with him. He was like any other inmate that's trying to con you, Kramer said after interviewing him. He was just throwing out generalities. What most likely happened in the Burger Chef murders? Our take on the case is that the 4 Burger Chef employees were killed because of some likely scenarios in relation to narcotics. Jane Freet's brother, James, was a convicted drug dealer, and she may have been killed as a reprisal for a drug debt. Donald Forrester claimed that he went to collect a debt that Freet's brother owed. There was a suspected drug operation working out of Burger Chef, which was investigated before Forrester mentioned it years later. The Sons of Silence, a motorcycle gang, established a foothold on the west side of Indianapolis, igniting a violent, decades-long conflict with their east side adversaries, the Outlaws. Both organizations were charged with gun and narcotics trafficking. Could members of this gang have been involved? A group of hippies hung out in the Snake Pit at the first turn of the Indy 500, a muddy spot where people did drugs, got into fights, got inebriated, and had sex. On the night of the homicides, at approximately midnight, the Speedway police stopped a young hippie man a few meters from the Burger Chef. The following day, he was seen searching in the grass for the .38 caliber pistol he had flung out the window the night before. Although there is no conclusive evidence, all suspects and jailbird storytellers all have a common thread. The murders had to do with narcotics or a narcotics gang. 45 years later, the Burger Chef murder case is still unsolved and is still in the minds of those connected to the case, especially ex-state trooper Kramer. It's not like I don't think about the Burger Chef every single day of my life, but it doesn't really haunt me. If you love our content and want to support the channel, feel free to check our web shop where you can find exclusive true crime merch brought to you by Bad Things.
All right. Let's see these things that Mama Bear gave us.
What?
1 second. I'm going to pull up some of these things that you gave us. There's a few more things to go with it. I'm still kind of in shock right now. You got a good laugh out of it.
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. That was hilarious.
I think you had more people dying laughing from you than from what they saw. Or heard, I should say. Very interesting.
Yeah.
This guy's deal. I wonder how many subscribers this guy has. Jesus. What a mess. Oh, wow, guys. Gotta love it. Laugh of the year. It sure was. Okay, so this is the old Burger Chef building. The site. This picture was taken August 24th. Almost to the date. August 24th of 2018. So I'm sure the building's probably gone by now.
I don't think it is, but I'll go out there.
Really? Why would they just leave it sit there? That's horrible.
Well, it was a cash. What is it? Check cashing place.
Oh, like Cashland or something? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. So 10 chilling facts about the Burger Chef murders. Okay, so let's see. On the night of Friday the 17th of November's a bad month, it seems, guys. Jeez.
Seriously.
4 young employees of the Burger Chef restaurant went missing. It was previously thought that it was pretty petty theft as the restaurant safe was open without the cash inside. However, it later turned out to be murder cases. The Burger Chef murders took place in Speedway, Indiana of the United States. During the closing time of the restaurant between 11 p.m. and midnight, assistant manager Jane Freet, 20 years old, Daniel Davis, 16, Mark Flemons, 16, and Ruth Ellen Shelton, 18, went missing. Their fellow employee found the 4 missing. The safe opened without struggle, and US $581, equivalent to $2,414 in 2021, was missing. Police thought that it was minor theft because the case later turned out to be an abduction after the 4 never returned to work. By Sunday, the case turned out to be a murder case. After the 4 bodies were discovered, investigators had some or all suspects in the murders, but there were no physical evidence to prosecute them. Wow. Okay. Number 1, 4 youthful workers at Burger Chef restaurant disappeared from their place of work. Okay. No. The 4 youthful Burger King employees. Yeah, okay, I got it. The case was initially treated as a robbery. That's number 2. We knew that because of that. Number 3, the restaurant was cleaned, wiping out all evidence. Interesting. Oh, yeah, see, there's the Cashland. We have those all over the place here. Or we did. They've shut down most of them now. So they cleaned everything. So to me, this sounds like somebody inside knew something. Eddie said that too.
From your calendar, Echo Counseling starts in 30 minutes.
It's my reminder I gotta go.
From your calendar, Echo Counseling starts in 30 minutes.
Pretty cool.
All right. Well, I will check back when we get done and see if you guys are still chit-chatting. Otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow.
We will be here.
All righty.
If you want to choose to rejoin us,
All right.
it's up to you. Maybe you'll get another laugh out of it. Who knows?
Oh, I'm sure I will. I always do. Why are you like all zoomed in?
Oh, sorry. I hit the wrong thing. I was trying to.
I'm like, whoa.
Hi, we're real close now. There you go.
Okay.
Sorry about
Bye,
that.
guys.
Anyway,
See you later.
bye-bye. See you soon. Number 4, the case turned out to be an abduction after the car of one of the victims was found not locked, of course. Number 5, the hikers found the bodies of the 4 youthful employees 32 kilometers away. Number 6, Davis and Shelton were shot to death multiple times. Number 7, the other 2 were killed by stabbing and bludgeoning. Interesting. So, again, that tells me that there's obviously more than one person involved in the situation. Number 8, all the victims had their work uniforms on and their belongings intact. I don't think so, Josie. I don't think there was. We're going to get into more after these things. Number 9, the murders were linked to a botched robbery at the restaurant. There were several theories and speculations on what might have led to the murders of the 4 employees of the Burger King restaurant. Investigators started working on a lead theory that the 4 were kidnapped after botched robbery. They believed that the assailants might have blown their cover and were seen by one of the victims during the suspected robbery. It is believed that Mark, who was covering for another employee shift might have recognized the unalivers, which led to their unaliving. Number 10, one suspect confessed that the murders were due to a debt of drug money. As investigators went on, a detective received a call in 1984. So this is like 4 years later, guys. 4 years, okay? Donald Forrester, an inmate at Pendleton Correctional Facility. The inmate was willing to confess to the Burger Chef murders to get a transfer to another facility. Forrester confessed to having shot Davis and Shelton, led the investigators to the crime scene in the woods. He also revealed that they had gone to the restaurant to threaten Jane Freed because her brother owed them drug money. However, Mark Flemings jumped in to defend and protect her, which led to a fight. Flemings was badly injured, which made the assailants believe he was dying or deceased. The assailants decided to abduct and kill, or unalive, the other employees to eliminate all the witnesses. However, the inmate denied making the confession after the whole information was leaked. The Burger Chef unaliving sent chills across the nation, but the suspects have not been prosecuted due to a lack of physical evidence. A memorial was built by the family and friends of the victims who raised money and planted 4 red oak trees, which were adorned with a short biography of each victim. Interesting. Okay. Now, let's move forward on that. Sorry, folks. 1 second here. All right. Let's get through this. Give you guys this new update this is from 2 weeks ago, folks, and this came via News Nation, believe this or not. So we got to take it with ease.
But it was November 17, 1978 that marked the worst event in the company's history. And it happened right near its own backyard in Speedway, Indiana. Four young employees began the night shift, but by midnight they had vanished, never to be seen alive again. 2 days later, their bodies were found in a wooded area about 20 miles from the restaurant. The victims were 20-year-old Jane Freet, the assistant manager, and three teenagers, Mark Flemings, Ruth Shelton, and Daniel Davis. Two of them were shot, one stabbed, and another beaten to death. Nearly 45 years later, the case still remains unsolved, but the families cling to hope that they will one day find justice.
I'm here today because I'm standing up for my sister. I'm here today to stand up for all of them and ask that someone come forward and talk. We don't have all the answers, and there's someone out there that does.
Well, thanks to the persistence of an Indiana attorney and podcaster, Kevin Greenlee, the FBI has now released a trove of documents from its investigation, some 400 plus pages. Kevin Greenlee joins us now along with Anya Kane. They are both hosts of the Murder Sheet podcast. Thank you both for being here. I'd like to dive right in and start with Kevin. So what made you want to request these files back in 2019 from the FBI? And do you think these new details will bring new hope to finally solving this case?
I decided to request these files because the FBI was actually involved in the investigation of the case for the initial days, and I was aware that they got some crucial statements from witnesses back when the events were still fresh, and their recollections were especially sharp. So I really felt strongly that there could be crucial information in there that had been forgotten or buried. And I do believe that answers to this mystery lie in the case files, both in the case files of the FBI and the case files of the Indiana State Police, which have yet to be released publicly.
So, Anya, what is the most striking thing you've learned from looking at these decades-old files? Was it those witness accounts?
Absolutely. There's a lot of information from both the families of the victims and fellow employees of that Burger Chef restaurant that indicates that there may have been something going on at work around the time of the murders. There's references to employees who had been recently fired or employees who had issues with manager Jane Freet. And so that's something we're looking very seriously at, because when you look at fast food homicides, oftentimes there's a strain of these types of murders that involve inside jobs and people who are dissatisfied employees coming back and robbing the place, and the robbery is essentially going wrong.
Got it. So, Kevin, do you think drugs may have played a major role here?
Drugs certainly seems to be an undercurrent that runs underneath this case. There was certainly reports of drugs being sold by employees at the restaurant. There's actually an indication in this document that an employee had recently been fired from the Burger Chef restaurant for his involvement in drug dealing. And that raises a lot of questions.
So we have about a minute left, but I think this question is really important, Anya. What do you think about the way Indiana State Police handled this case from the very beginning?
There's definitely been some controversy. I'll say there's been lots of different work done by Indiana State Police personnel, some of it very good over the years. I think that right now what we need in 2023 is more openness from the state police and more willingness to share information that they have, because I don't believe this is a case that is going to necessarily be solved by DNA. I think this is old-fashioned police work, re-interviewing people, seeing what relationships have changed and what stories have changed. And that requires some openness if they're not willing to do those interviews themselves.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation.
News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage. Interesting, isn't it? All right, Danger Zone. Definitely. Let's see, where's the other stuff I had pulled up on this? Okay, 1 second here.
New information.
Sorry. Yeah, I have that too, Robert. Thank you, buddy. I miss the 80s and the 90s, to be honest with you, but I guess it's because I was younger, maybe. Okay. Okay, Stephen. Interesting. Very interesting.
It's one of the state's most infamous.
Very, very. Thanks for this, Cowboy. Other than the little mishap we had in the beginning. Appreciate it, buddy. That was my fault. I one that chose that, but it was in the. I had to tick quick, so no worries. Again, my apologies for that, folks. I feel horrible.
Crimes, the kidnapping and killing of.
It never fails, guys. It never fails. Here we go. Sorry.
4 Burger Chef workers in Speedway.
Now, the case is still unsolved 35 years later. But now, investigators have a brand new theory. Our Night Beat reporter, Jenny Ranovich, takes a very close look tonight at what police now believe about the crimes. And a story you will see here only on 13.
I just feel like, here's this particular area. If it could happen to him, it could happen to anyone. And that makes people uneasy.
4 young people murdered after they were kidnapped from work at the Burger Chef restaurant in Speedway.
The Speedway Police Department and the Indiana State Police announced that the bodies of Jane C. Freed, age 20, Mark S. Flemons, age 17, Daniel R. Davis, age 16, Ruthie Shelton, age 17, have been discovered late this afternoon in Johnson County, Indiana.
It's been 35 years, but Teresa Jeffries can't forget losing her older sister and the chill in the air.
When fall hits, when the weather starts getting cold again, the day after she was buried was Thanksgiving.
I have 2 children alive and 1 in heaven.
Together, sister and mother share family memories. The dress Ruth wore in the family photo.
The last dress that my grandmother had made for her.
And a high school ring are keepsakes they'll cherish.
She was my only sister. I idolized her. I wanted to be just as happy and go lucky as she was.
Jeffrey says she still has nightmares thinking about how her sister and the 3 other Burger Chef employees were brutally murdered.
I honestly believe that it will never be solved.
This case takes absolute priority over all other matters at this time.
Video you haven't seen from the WTHR archives for more than 3 decades. At 10 o'clock Friday night, November 17th, 1978, a delivery man arrived at the Burger Chef restaurant on Crawfordsville Road in Speedway to find the doors unlocked, but no one inside. The 4 young people working there that night, gone. The restaurant clean with no signs of a struggle, $500 missing from the cash register. Police initially brushed it off as odd.
The scene was never really processed as a crime scene.
But it was a crime scene. Assistant manager Jane Freed's car was found abandoned in the morning a few miles away near the police station. Then, 2 days later, a couple found the 4 young people murdered. Their bodies 20 miles away, scattered in a wooded area off State Road 37 in Johnson County. They were killed 3 different ways: shot, stabbed, and possibly beaten with a chain. A wreath on the Burger Chef door marked the restaurant closed until all 4 were laid to rest. Desperate for leads, state police begged for the public's help.
Right now, they're running up a lot of false leads.
So it's unfortunate.
Sergeant Bill Van with Indiana State Police is now the lead detective on the case.
I think we're getting closer and closer.
Over the years, police have questioned several people.
These pictures here are 2 people of interest that was seen that at near closing time of the Burger Chef in Speedway.
Investigators made these clay busts just after the 1978 crime to show the public those suspects. labeled by police as the clean-shaven man and the bearded man. These two, Sergeant Van believes, were part of a group of robbers targeting Burger Chef restaurants. In fact, some of the same people questioned were convicted of robbing a Burger Chef on the Near East Side just after the murders. With the crime unsolved, the clay busts are still at police headquarters, a reminder of the cold case that shook a community so many years ago. Sergeant Van believes at least 3 people in that group were involved in the murders.
I believe that at least one of them did know the kids. That's the theory that I'm working off of.
Now, years after investigating this cold case, Sergeant Van is working off a new theory, a twist to why the crime was committed.
I believe that one of the victims recognized one of the robbers. And due to that recognition and the possibility of getting caught and going to prison, that group of robbers was not willing to do that, so they had to eliminate witnesses.
That new theory focuses on another Burger Chef just a few miles west here in Plainfield, where this Hardee's is now. The sergeant believes one of the robbers recognized one of the workers, didn't realize she'd moved to the Speedway Burger Chef. And that's when the crime escalated from robbery to murder.
It would be nice to be able to confirm that relationship of recognition.
Sergeant Van believes the bearded man recognized Jane Freet. He has since passed away. The sergeant now wants anyone who used to frequent or work at the Burger Chef in Plainfield in the mid-1970s to give state police a call.
It doesn't mean it would solve the case. It just means that it would put another piece in the puzzle one step closer.
I'd love to raise our children together.
Ruth Shelton's family says with each passing fall season, their hope for closure fades, but their memories do not.
Because she was a good person. She was liked. If you know anything, let them know. I would like to have whoever did this not available to do it to others.
Now, in the story, you saw an interview with Ruth Shelton's mother, Rachel. Well, sadly, Rachel passed away shortly after our interview. State Police now want to hear from anyone who worked or even frequented that Burger Chef in Plainfield. Please call State Police if you have any information. That number there on your screen, 317-899-85.
If anybody has any ideas, knowledge of whatsoever of this, there's the number, 317-899-8508. They are still taking tips on this, even though it's been 40 some odd years. Yeah, I know. I agree with you on that, Cheek.
08. You can also go to our website at WTHR.com to see a slideshow of the photos highlighting the Burger Chef murder case.
It was just after midnight when 17-year-old Brian...
Sorry, guys. All right. Let me see here. It was a long time ago. What's up, Reverend Cynthia? Thank you for joining us today, dear. Appreciate you. Dark Bay, good to see you. Kara Willis. Pebbles. Andy Kane. Thank you for joining us. Batshit Crazy. M. Cause, good to see ya. Robert Belt. Make sure I didn't miss anybody else. I think I got everybody. Appreciate you guys being here for sure. It's Throwback Thursday. We're looking at some older cold cases, folks, that are really cold, obviously. This is from 1978, the Burger Chef murders. For those of you that aren't familiar, Sandy Toes, good to see you too. Carol M. Oh, welcome to all of you.
Crane pulled up to the Burger Chef in Speedway, Indiana. And normally he would have been inside flipping burgers, but he was off that night and thought he would help some of his pals close up. He parked behind the restaurant and noticed the back door was open. He walked through it to find the place empty. There were no...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound that way, Pebbles. My apologies. There's nothing to do with you. It's been a rough week, that's all. I'm very happy to see you, Pebbles, by the way. Very happy to see you all. My apologies.
Co-workers wiping down tables. There was no one in the back prepping for the next day. He thought maybe they're all in the walk-in freezer, so he shouted, but there was no answer. The only noise was the hum of the kitchen equipment. All 4 of them were gone. When he checked the manager's office, he saw something that really scared him. The safe was wide open and the cash drawers were laid out on the floor. A few empty money bags and a used-up roll of tape.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry guys. My energy level is kind of been stomped on for a while. I'm trying. I promise you I'm trying to bring it up and to be more smiley and all that. Jazzkin, great to see you, buddy. Thank you for joining us. Like I said, it's just been a rough week, so nothing against anybody in here. I'm beyond grateful that you guys are here with us. Yes, Carol, I am doing a late night show this Friday. That's a promise. So yeah, that's all. But you guys are wonderful. You are wonderful completely. So no, it's nothing to do. There's nothing anybody can do, Pebble. Just everything I went through over this past weekend and everything just did a number on me. That's all. No big deal. No big deal. Moving on. That's the last thing you guys need to worry about. So, oh, I know that, Noni. I absolutely do. And I appreciate you guys beyond a level I can even explain in words. So that's all that is. Nothing more. And my deepest apologies, folks, I'm trying not to be this way. I really promise you I'm not. I'm not doing it on purpose. I swear I'm not. That's all. It's just a lot of... It's rough, you know? That's all. No, I know that, Shelly. I promise you I'm trying. It just, and I will say this, it bugs me to see people come over here, say nice things because you guys are beautiful people, and then go somewhere else and say really nasty things about me, and then come back over here and say nice things about me again. It's like, I don't understand that. That doesn't process in my mind for some reason. It really doesn't. So, and I'm not saying anybody in general, you know, I've seen people come in and out of here, and it bugs me. It hits me, kind of pulls on the heartstrings a little bit, not to be a whiner, because I'm not trying to. Thank you, Heather. That's all. And it bothers me. Yes, definitely Two Faces. It's amazing to me. It's crazy. So anyway, moving on. You guys don't need this kind of stuff. There's a lot of people, Canadian Cat Lady. I've seen quite a few that come here, go there, come back, go back. It's just like, and I don't want anybody, everybody's welcome to go wherever they want, but just don't say certain things and then say the opposite of it about me. You know, that's all. This bugs me. I just don't like fake people. I never have. They literally bother me. They do. So my apologies, folks. Absolutely. I should have never said anything. Somebody just asked, and I'm trying not to be noticeable. If you know what I'm trying to say. That's all. That's all. Anyway, thank you again, Heather, and moving forward, guys.
Tape sat nearby, so he called the police, and what happened next jump-started one of the most notorious cases in the country. Hi, I'm Chris, and thanks for watching True Crime Recaps. The first officer on the scene took down the missing employees' names for the police report. Daniel Davis and Mark Flemons, both 16, Ruth Shelton, 17, and the assistant manager, 20-year-old Jane Fright. The store manager arrived shortly after that and verified a total of $581 was also missing. All in all, it didn't even add up to grand theft. In fact, at the beginning, it hardly seemed worth investigating. They figured the workers made a grab for the cash and ran off.
Hey, Jesse.
They turn up sooner or later, right? Wrong. There was more to it than money. Among other things, $100 worth of coins was left behind, and so were the women's purses and jackets.
Thank you so much,
Moreover,
Michael. I
the store
appreciate it.
manager didn't think these were the type of kids who would pull this kind of stunt. They were all pretty responsible employees, the last people you'd expect to steal money, let alone leave without fully closing up shop. But a scenario more sinister than petty theft was unthinkable. So, they didn't think about it. The officers gave the employees a green light to go ahead and clean up. Burger Chef opened the next day as usual. Not one crime scene photo was snapped, no fingerprints were dusted for. But even as the crew went on about their business that Saturday morning, police noticed Jane Fright's abandoned car a few minutes south of the store. That was the clincher. This didn't look good. Then Sunday rolled around. That afternoon, an elderly couple hiking through the woods in the next county over found Jane. Someone had stabbed her to death so violently the blade broke off in her body. And to this day, the handle has never been found. Ruth and Daniel were nearby, and their bodies were face down on the ground, shot through the back. Mark wasn't far away. He had been beaten with a metal chain. And some of the officers speculated he might have been able to make a run for it at some point during the attack, then collided headfirst with a low-hanging tree branch, which would have knocked him out. Given the way he fell, the blood from his injuries would have naturally pooled into the back of his throat while he was unconscious, which eventually would have drowned him. None of the employees were hard to identify. All four were still wearing their brown and orange Burger Chef uniforms. The woods were about 30 minutes from the restaurant, and other isolated places were readily available along the way, but the killers deliberately chose that spot. All things considered, the police thought the people they were looking for were probably more familiar with the woods than Speedway, where they were kidnapped. Surprisingly, the bodies still had cash and other valuables on them, and that made it increasingly evident that whatever happened that Friday night did not have anything to do with money. There may have been clues in the second crime scene that could have helped them figure out what was going on. Unfortunately, it was also compromised and ruined, leaving them with very little to go on. They were pretty sure they were looking for more than one suspect. After all, it would be increasingly hard for one person to keep 4 hostages in line on their own. And the fact that they were killed in different ways with different weapons backed up that theory even more. But did that mean the killers showed up to Burger Chef with murder on their minds? The cops didn't think so. They thought it was more likely they were there for a different reason, but for some reason, the plan changed. Maybe because one of the employees recognized them. Remember Brian Kring, first on the scene? He had been on a date that night, and he stopped at the restaurant after he dropped her off. Mark Flemons was covering that girl's shift, and he wasn't supposed to be there that night. Maybe Mark was an unwelcome surprise. Then, feeling trapped and in a panic, they took everyone hostage. That was just one idea. Truth be told, everyone had a theory. Maybe it was the work of a gang robbing fast food restaurants in the area. Maybe somebody working that night was indebted to the wrong kind of person. Maybe they were looking at the work of the Speedway bomber who had terrorized the town a month earlier. As it turned out, a few of those theories may not be too far off. Some investigators have even gone so far as to say this case was solved. They just couldn't prove it. 8 years after the brutal mass murder, a detective got a lead. Donald Forrester was a twice-convicted rapist looking at 95 years in the state's most brutal prison, and he wanted to make a deal. He claimed he was the man who had shot Daniel and Ruth. He said he and his buddies went to the restaurant for Jane, and her brother owed the wrong person, so they started leaning on her. Then Mark stepped in. From there, the situation spiraled out of control. At some point, Mark fell and hit his head on the bumper of their van. Now, they thought he was dead or dying, so they took the other 3 employees to cover up. He had the other suspects' names to bargain with if they were interested, and they most definitely were. But before they got too excited, they put him to the test. He passed with flying colors. At the time in question, he'd been living in Speedway, but originally he was from the county where the bodies were found. And according to the Indianapolis Monthly, not only did he lead them straight to the murder scene, but he went on to describe exactly where and how they'd been positioned. His ex-wife corroborated his story. According to her, a few days after the murders, he took her up to that same remote area. At one point, she remembered him wading into the creek to fish out a couple of shell casings. When they got home, he flushed them down the toilet. Now, that lead took them to his former house, or more specifically, the septic tank. After wading through the swampy cesspool, the detective found what he came for: 3 shell casings from a .38, the same bullets that had been found in Ruth and Daniel's bodies. He even knew some facts about the case that hadn't been widely released, like the fact that the knife handle was missing. And his story about a knock to Mark's head explained why some of his injuries were a few hours older. It was beginning to look more and more like Donald was the key to cracking this case. But just like that, it all fell apart. When word leaked that he was talking, he recanted his confession altogether. Despite the shells they found and his compelling story, it wasn't enough for a conviction. So the prosecutors and investigators were left with a bit of a dilemma. Should they continue pursuing a man that already had a 95-year sentence, especially when they knew they probably couldn't convict him for this, or should they focus their energy elsewhere? In the end, they decided not to charge him, and eventually cancer killed him in prison in 2006. But with him went the truth of what may or may not have happened on that chilly November night. Or maybe it didn't. Other people close to the case say Donald was just looking for a sweetheart deal to avoid doing hard time. They think another theory is closer to the truth. There was a group of men going around robbing similar businesses in those days. The gang typically got in through the back door around closing time, when employees would be taking out the garbage for the night. Around the time of the initial investigation, a witness described 2 men hanging around the restaurant close to the time of the murders: a bearded man and a man with light-colored hair. Then another tip came in, a big one. A man was bragging about the crime. A plainclothes detective cozied up to him at a local bar to find out what he knew. As it turned out, he didn't know much. He gave them some names, but the big break came when they checked them out. As they were driving in one suspect's neighborhood, they happened to see a man who looked like the bearded guy they had been looking for. But the night before they brought him up for a lineup, he shaved his beard, and no amount of coaxing or bargaining could make him confess or turn on anyone else. They eventually tracked down a man they thought could have been the light-haired guy, but he wouldn't budge either. So they were left right where they started. But as time marched on, death came to claim 3 of the 5 men they were eyeing. One was murdered, one committed suicide, and one died of a heart attack. And now, only a confession or hard evidence can answer the questions that continue to burn. Who is responsible for the deaths of these 4 young innocent kids, and why? Was it all about money or drugs, or did something much darker play a part? What do you think? Weigh in down below, but don't go away. More Crime in Half the Time is coming right up, right now in this next recap. Remember to subscribe and tap the bell so you never miss a story. Until next time, take care.
All right, there's not a lot left on this. And I gotta dig. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know how that just happened. Sorry, guys. I gotta dig on some of this stuff. See if I can come up with anything. Sorry. This should be the last piece on it. And we'll pushing me to something different for today.
I thought nothing could ever happen to my family because that only happens to other people.
It is one of our city's most enduring murder mysteries. Who killed 4 young employees at a fast food restaurant and why?
The burger chef's killings have been an unsolved case for 40 years, and tonight we have some new information on how police hope to solve it.
Fox 59's Russ McQuaid has investigated the killings and knocks on the door of one man detectives think could solve this case.
Behind me, this used to be the Burger Chef on Crawfordsville Road and Speedway, where 4 young people disappeared late one night in November of 1978 in what is the ultimate indie unsolved.
One Sunday afternoon last month, I set out to find the alleged partner of the men suspected of killing 4 Burger Chef employees early in the morning of November 18, 1978. Jane Fried, Mark Flemons, Daniel Davis, and Ruth Shelton were kidnapped in what investigators have theorized was a botched robbery of the West Side Burger Chef. Out back of the restaurant that night, witnesses saw 2 men lurking about who bore a striking resemblance to some of the original suspects in this case. A crew of young men had been robbing fast food restaurants and shooting people across Indianapolis in 1978.
There's a working theory of other robberies, restaurant robberies, specifically Burger Chef, over the course of the time. So those are different theories that were worked. So, and is that a possibility? Yes, it absolutely is. But it's something that we'll look into.
Burger Chef manager Jane Fright's car was stolen from the restaurant that night and found later abandoned at a park across the street from the Speedway Police Department, a day before the bodies of the victims were found in the woods off Stones Crossing Road and State Road 37 in Johnson County. Shelton and Davis were shot to death. Flemons died of blunt force trauma, and Jane Fright was found stabbed to death with the 4-inch-long blade of a knife buried in her chest.
Another identifier that one of the suspects was wearing at the time of the murder was likely a sheath or carried a knife, a long bladed knife like this.
Suspects S.W. Wilkins, David Cathcart, and John Diefenbaugh are dead, either by murder or heart attack or by their own hand. I found one of the 2 surviving members of that crew who told me he didn't know what his buddies were up to that night, and he's tired of reporters and lawyers and detectives asking him what he knows about the unsolved killings of 4 young people at a Burger Chef 40 years ago.
I believe that there's always a chance unless you don't try. And so I don't know that I have more faith or less faith. I've just always had the understanding that I may not see this resolved, but there's always hope that it will be.
Burger Chef may be long gone, but there are people in this town with long memories who know something about the murders of those 4 young people working at this restaurant late in 1978. With Indies Unsolved, I'm Russ McQuaid.
Investigators are using artificial intelligence and machine learning technology to review the case. They believe someone will recognize the knife or the man described.
Now, if you know anything that could help solve this case, call Crime Stoppers at 262-TIPS. Your information could be worth a $1,000 reward.
There it is, guys. The Burger Chef murders. So I'm going to be doing a little digging on anything I can find on it at this point to kind of keep up with it. Sadly, these cases, a lot of these cases go cold and go unsolved forever. This one looks like one of those ones. It's been 40 some odd years. That's very sad for closure for these families. It's just horrible in my opinion. I'm sorry. Very, very bad. All right, let's see what we got here. Now, this is from years ago as well. This was the somebody else requested this one as well. The Clear Lake murders. It's another one that's cold. It's not as old as that last one was. That's a promise. But it's a cold case in a sense. So I'm looking at this one too for today. And thank you again, Cowboy, for that. It was very interesting. I had no idea about that. So I will be looking back into that one, seeing if I can pull anything interested, and I'll check up with it with you guys here and there as we go. I would like to think that since we have some new technology now, that maybe something can come from it, you know? What's up, Mooch Stroud? Good to see you, Micro Blue. Thanks for joining us. Checking the chat. All right. All right, let's do this one. All right.
Breaking news now from the Clear Lake area where police have just confirmed that they're investigating a murder-suicide.
Yeah, this is on Heatherdale Street, just off El Dorado, Clear Lake City Boulevard. We do have a crew headed to that scene. We, of course, will bring you an update before the end of this newscast.
So that was the initial broadcast for that Clear Lake case. One moment.
I hope you guys are staying safe.
I did see that North Carolina Mountain Man. There's a few good looking movies that are coming out, so I'll be checking some of that out when I get some free time too. Thanks for that though, buddy. I appreciate that. All right, this is the Clear Lake murders, folks. Let's check this out.
Discretion is advised. Once upon a time, there was a shy, lonely girl. She lost her daddy when she was very little. When she was in kindergarten, her hair started falling out. By the time she was in high school, she had to wear wigs, and she wore thick glasses. The other kids made fun of her. Some tried to pull her wig off. She felt very, very alone and so unhappy. Then one day she met a beautiful girl, and the beautiful girl's beautiful best friend. They wanted to help our shy girl. They helped her choose more flattering wigs. They showed her how to apply makeup. She went from ugly duckling to swan, and she basked in their love and friendship until she met a boy, an outsider. The beautiful girls tried to warn her, but she wouldn't listen. The beautiful girls were older. They graduated before her. And then our shy girl did the unthinkable. Welcome to episode 92, The Clear Lake Murders. Christine Marie Paolilla was born on March 31st, 1986 in Long Island, New York, to parents Lori and Charles. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing her name. I've also heard it pronounced Paolilla, but more consistently, Paolilla. Christine had an older brother named John, and Lori was a stay-at-home mom. Charles was a construction worker. Charles died in a workplace accident after bricks fell on him while working on a high-rise in New York City when Christine was 2 years old. Christine's grandfather and great-grandmother passed in the following months. Christine asked her mother, "Why is it that people I love go away?" In kindergarten, Christine was diagnosed with alopecia. It's a condition that causes your hair to fall out. Sometimes it's in patches, but some people go completely bald. Her mom said she would wake up in the morning and there would just be clumps of hair all over her pillow. And it eventually led to where it affected her eyes, so she lost her eyebrows and her eyelashes. She also had really bad vision and had to wear thick glasses. Her mother later called them Coke bottle glasses. Following the death of her husband, Lori turned to drugs and lost custody of her children. When Christine was 7, she and her brother went to live with their grandparents. Lori told the show 2020 that Christine didn't understand. She would call her and cry, "Mommy, can't I come home?" Lori eventually regained custody of her children and moved her family to Friendswood, Texas. She remarried to a man named Thomas Dick. When Christine was in the 8th grade, she met a boy named Chris Snyder. But the budding relationship was cut short when Chris, at 15, went to jail in Kentucky for stealing a car. By Christine's junior year, she enrolled at Clear Lake High School, about 15 minutes from Friendswood. It's in what is known as the Clear Lake region, and it is a fairly prosperous area in Houston. It's home to the Johnson Space Center, and the lake it's named for has one of the largest concentrations of recreational boats and marinas in the nation. Though Christine often put on a cheery demeanor, she wasn't happy. She was often bullied for her cheap wigs and garish makeup. She didn't really know how to apply makeup correctly, and her wigs were described as Halloween costume wigs. Some students would try to snatch her wig off. She was the butt of many jokes. A girl named Rachel befriended Christine and introduced her to her best friend Tiffany. Ashamed of her baldness and with years of bullying, Christine had very low self-esteem. She had almost no friends in elementary school or middle school. So these older, pretty, cool girls taking an interest in her made her so happy. She told her mom exuberantly that these were the sweetest girls she had ever met. Rachel and Tiffany were sweet girls. Rachel Ann Colorutis was born on November 20th, 1984, in Austin, Texas, to parents George and Ann. She had 2 sisters and a brother. She loved to draw and cook. She babysat a lot because she loved kids. At Clear Creek Community Church, she led the youth drama ministry and was a counselor at summer and Bible camps. Her father said she was considering joining the Air Force, but was still thinking about going to college first. She was a very pretty girl with long, dark reddish hair, and it goes without saying, she was very popular at Clear Lake High, not just for her looks, but for her lovely personality. She and Tiffany Nicole Rowell were best friends almost as soon as they started at Clear Lake. She was born on April 24th, 1985, in Travis County, Texas. Tiffany was adopted as a baby by Sally and Chester Rowell. Her mother passed away when Tiffany was only 13 from lung cancer, although she had never smoked a cigarette. Like Rachel, Tiffany was a very pretty girl, dark-complected, with dark, naturally curly hair. She was also very friendly and popular. She was active in the drama club at their high school and was considered a gifted actress. She wanted to be a social worker when she grew up, the kind of person who loves to help others. After Rachel and Tiffany took Christine under their wings, she blossomed. They helped her buy nicer wigs that better suited her complexion and didn't look so fake. They also taught her how to put on makeup, something Christine had often struggled with, trying to draw on eyebrows where hers had fallen out from alopecia. Christine's attempts at makeup had looked clownish. The girls helped her with her makeup and talked her into trying contacts so she didn't have to wear the Coke bottle glasses. Her transformation was remarkable, and it was noticed at school. She was voted Miss Irresistible at Clear Lake High for 2003. The girls had that cute high school BFF friendship thing going, passing notes and writing in each other's books. They seemed very close and very happy together. Then in February of 2003, 18-year-old Chris Snyder was released on parole and requested to be transferred back to Texas. His request was granted, and even though he reported to a parole officer in Harris County, Texas, he was technically Kentucky's responsibility. He immediately sought out Christine. I couldn't find his actual birth date, and most articles say he was 2 years older than Christine. She was 16 when they got back together, but turned 17 the next month. I think it was closer to a 1.5 years difference in age. His sister Brandy later said he loved animals, sports, and was a polite young man. She said when he was 12 years old, he was hit by a truck while playing football in the street. Brandy said he was never the same after that. She said he remained at the developmental age of 15 for the rest of his life. But even though he was in jail during his high school years, he did manage to graduate. Christine's mom and stepdad did not like Chris. They felt he glommed onto the gullible Christine because he didn't have any friends. He also had a lot of piercings, spiked hair, and dressed in a goth-like style. They were pretty sure he did drugs. Lori said there was something about his eyes that she didn't trust. Lori and Tom tried to split the couple up through legal channels, but they were unable to get Chris arrested or obtain a restraining order. He hadn't technically done anything wrong. Lori and Tom grounded Christine and took her car away to stop her from seeing Chris, but it didn't work. They both worked full-time and could not watch Christine every minute. She would steal the keys whenever she could and go to see Chris. Even Rachel and Tiffany tried to warn Christine. They said she was selling herself short and that there was somebody better out there for her. But Christine ignored them, causing the first rift in their friendship. Chris's sister Brandy tells quite a different story. She thinks he was influenced by Christine. She said Chris was trying to get his life together, but, quote, he couldn't stop smoking pot long enough to not violate probation, and he couldn't get away from Christine. She seemed to feel that Christine was the manipulative partner. Christine would call him dozens of times a day. She would come to his house and bang on his door repeatedly if he didn't answer. Christine's friends and family say the relationship was abusive but that it was Chris who was emotionally abusive to Christine. They said he isolated her from her friends and family. There is even a story that he pulled her wig off in front of other people, though his sister Brandy has denied that. She said it was another boy, and Chris defended his girlfriend. It's difficult to know which side to believe in hindsight. I'm going to pause now for a short commercial break. Rachel and Tiffany graduated that May in 2003 and drifted away from Christine, possibly because they didn't like Chris Snyder. But also, that's just what happens after high school. Some friends simply grow apart. Rachel and Tiffany were both waiting tables at a strip club called Club Exotic. Obviously, a source of tension for Rachel's parents. But the girls did not strip. They only waited tables and bartended. Rachel had actually moved in with Tiffany in the summer of 2003 after a dispute over a cell phone bill. She wasn't there long and had already reached out to her parents to patch things up. Tiffany's dad wasn't as concerned as Rachel's, but he may not have known what Tiffany was doing or where she worked. He had remarried and moved to Manville, Texas, with his new wife during Tiffany's senior year. But he kept the house in Clear Lake and let Tiffany live in it, so she could stay at Clear Lake High and graduate with her friends. Tiffany's boyfriend, Marcus Priscilla, pretty much lived with her. He had graduated the year before from Clear Lake and attended San Jacinto College. He had earned an automotive technology certificate and was enrolled in fall classes for a degree in business. Known to family and friends as Marky, he was a well-liked kid. He waited tables at Landry's Seafood House. Soon, Tiffany's house on Millbridge in Clear Lake was known as a party pad. People came to drink, smoke pot, and roll on ecstasy. Though Marcus was well thought of, it was rumored he was involved with the wrong crowd, and his cousin, Adelbert Sanchez, known as D, was often at Tiffany's too. He was a bit older than the other kids and was known to deal drugs. But he had been a good student and wanted to study computer technology. He had just gotten in with a rough crowd. The summer after graduation, the girls were living it up. They were partying a lot, and they enjoyed their jobs at the club. On July 18th, they were hanging out together at Tiffany's. A friend of Tiffany's had called her phone around 3 p.m., but Marcus answered and said she's in the bathroom. The friend said she would call back. 30 minutes later, she tried again, but got no answer. By 6 p.m., she was worried. It wasn't like Tiffany to not answer her phone. She decided to drive over to the house with her boyfriend and a few other friends. She banged on the door but heard nothing. She tried to look in a window but couldn't see anything, and yet there were cars in the driveway. So she kept banging on the door until it popped open. It hadn't been locked. As she called for Tiffany, she noticed a weird metallic smell in the air. Seconds later, she ran back out the door screaming hysterically. "Call the cops," she yelled, and then fell to the ground, part sobbing, part screaming. A neighbor walked by on his cell phone, and one of the kids yelled at him to call the police, and he dialed 911. As police got there, word spread around the neighborhood, and a crowd formed. They saw multiple coroner vans parked on the street. Everyone was horrified. Soon the neighbors and reporters were behind the yellow crime scene tape as investigators were photographing the inside of the house. People were whispering, "A mass murder? In this neighborhood? In the middle of the day?" News went out over the wire that the bodies of 4 people had been discovered, 2 females and 2 males, shot multiple times, and 2 victims had sustained blunt force trauma to the head. Hoping to calm people down, a homicide detective quickly released a statement. He said, quote, "I think it happened very quickly, but it was very, very violent. I don't see how that would calm anyone down, other than saying that the young people had died quickly." As one detective described it, In a word, it was carnage. There was blood everywhere, on the carpet, walls, on papers strewn around. Tiffany and Adelbert were on the couch, still sitting casually with their feet up, but they had been shot multiple times. Both had point-blank shots to the forehead, like a final shot to be sure they were dead. Rachel was lying face down in front of the TV in a pool of blood. She had been shot multiple times, but her head had also been bashed in. Marcus looked as though he had been trying to run. He was lying on the floor, almost behind the couch and close to the fireplace, as if trying to go out the other door. He had blunt force trauma to his head too, but nothing like Rachel's. Rachel had been viciously beaten, probably pistol whipped. The amount of anger unleashed on her was unimaginable. She had also been shot many times, mostly to lower parts of her body. 3 shots to her shin, 1 to her right foot, and 1 to her left buttock, probably hit there as she tried to run. She was also hit in her groin area, a detail that might point to motivation. Tiffany and Adelbert's positions on the couch would seem to indicate they knew the assailant. They hadn't jumped and run, but they probably didn't even have time. Rachel's arm was outstretched to her cell phone. Her blood was on the numbers for 911, but she had never been able to hit send, though the time was clocked at 3:12 p.m. Detectives were later able to determine the massacre was over by 3:25, 13 minutes to shoot 4 people multiple times. From the shell casings in the house, detectives determined there had been 21 shots, with 17 hitting their target from 2 different guns, which would indicate 2 killers. From the crime scene, detectives believed Rachel opened the door and let the assailants in. She either started running then or was standing in the living room when they opened fire. There were shell casings in the entryway, so it looked as though the killers had opened fire as soon as Rachel opened the door. But then you would wonder why Tiffany and Adelbert were sitting so casually on the couch. Surely they heard the shots. Marcus heard or saw the shots and tried to run. He died from gunshot wounds to his torso, though he also had blunt force trauma to his head. Rachel could have survived the gunshots she suffered. They were all to her legs and lower torso, not hitting major organs. She died from the vicious beating, probably from the butt of a gun. An autopsy would show that her skull shattered so bad you could see her brain. Rachel's sister was home alone when she was watching the news. She knew where her sister lived. George, her father, was riding his motorcycle and missed numerous calls. When he got home and heard the news, he jumped in the car with his oldest and youngest daughter, dropping the youngest at a neighbor's house. When they got to the scene, Rachel's mother, Anne, was already there. She had heard the news on the radio. George almost had to be physically stopped from charging into the house. A policeman pleaded with him, telling him he would have to cuff him and hold him down on the ground, and he didn't want to do that. George kept crying, "I just need to know if that's my daughter." Not long after, a detective walked outside and asked if Rachel had long reddish-brown hair. Crying, George said yes. Anne collapsed to the ground. It was a nightmare. The first lead in the case were from next-door neighbors, Craig and Michelle Lackner. Their dog had started barking, and Michelle called her husband to come see. It was 3:15 p.m. Craig let the dog inside, and they saw 2 people dressed all in black walking around Tiffany's house. Immediately, they thought the couple were oddly dressed, as it was July in Texas and hot as hell. Both Lackners got a really good look at the people. The girl looked to have straight blonde hair with a black bandana over it. She wore a black shirt, white shorts, and black platform sandals. She was very pale and looked to be around 18 to 20 years old. She was very slim, too. She stood around 5'7", but only looked around 115 pounds. The boy was also pale, with blonde hair. The Lackner said he was shorter than the girl, but she was also wearing platforms. They thought he was about the same age and that he also looked very thin. A police artist quickly worked with the couple and drew sketches that would turn out to be remarkably similar to the real killers. The Lackners had a great memory, and the police artist was very gifted. This would be the only shred of evidence for a long time, besides witnesses at the scene telling the cops that Marcus and Adelbert sold drugs. So it was initially investigated as a drug deal gone bad, possibly gang-related. George Koulourudis made it his personal mission. He could not just sit and grieve. He went door to door and raised $100,000 for a reward for information. He lobbied the owners of billboards and secured 15 billboards to offer the reward and show the police artist sketches of the suspects. On the night of the murders, Christine's mother said she cried uncontrollably. She was devastated, and she told her mother later she was too upset to attend the funerals. As time passed and the investigation seemed stalled, Christine and Chris Snyder kept dating. They had always smoked pot, but now they were moving on to harder drugs. First cocaine, and then heroin. Christine had walked with her graduating class, but didn't actually receive her diploma. She lacked the credits to graduate, but Clear Lake had a policy that you could walk with your class if you were signing up for summer school. Christine evidently did, but never attended. She probably felt like she didn't need to. When she turned 18, she would inherit a trust fund from her father's life insurance. Some sources say it was $400,000. Others say it was $360,000. Still, that seems like millions to someone so young and naive. In October of 2003, after the murders, she and Chris were arrested for theft. They were shoplifting. It wasn't too serious, under the felony amount, but Christine was sentenced to 6 months of probation, and Chris had to serve 10 days in jail. 2 months later, Chris was arrested for possession of cocaine. He was sentenced to 20 days in jail, and Texas probation officials contacted Kentucky and said they wanted Kentucky to take Chris Snyder back. By the end of 2003, the young couple had broken up. Not much is known about what Chris Snyder did after the breakup. We do know that in early 2006, he met a woman named Michelle Henderson through MySpace. Michelle was a bartender with 2 children. He moved into her Greenville, South Carolina home in June of 2006. In March of 2004, Christine turned 18 and got her hands on that trust fund. She bought a condo, later appraised at $85,000. She bought a car and some furniture, and she got deeper into drugs. Despite owning a car and having the cash to buy another one, on July 30th, 2004, Christine was arrested for stealing a car. She was sentenced to 1 year of probation. Between August of 2004 and August 2005, Christine was in drug rehab 3 times. In November 2004, Christine met Justin Rott at a rehab center in Kerrville. Justin was there for heroin addiction. Even though you're not supposed to form relationships in 12-step programs, the two were soon in love. And Justin proposed to Christine really quickly, but she wanted him to meet her parents first. They both got permission to leave rehab, and her family welcomed him, even letting the couple sleep on an air mattress together. They thought Justin was friendly and cheerful, but Christine seemed depressed. She finally admitted to her parents that she missed home, and they told her they wanted her to come back. Her stepdad even offered Justin an apprenticeship in plumbing, not an easy thing to get for a drug addict in recovery. At Christmas dinner, Lori remarked on how hard it must be for the kids' families, the kids who had been murdered. The case had gone unsolved for so long now. This was the second Christmas with no resolution. Christine said she didn't want to discuss it. It was too upsetting. Justin, who had led a hard-knock life, told author Michael Phelps that, quote, "They were wonderful. They bought me Christmas gifts. They were polite to me. It was one of the best Christmases I had in years." In March of 2005, Justin and Christine decided they didn't want a big wedding. It was March 22nd, and they found a justice of the peace to marry them. Technically, they were both still living in a halfway house. Not long after the secret marriage, Christine called her husband and said, "Let's get out of here." For a while, they stayed in her condo, and she put his name on the deed, though she did not take his last name. In July of 2005, Justin and Christine were watching a news program about the Clear Lake murders. It was the 2-year anniversary. He said she became very upset and asked, "Does that look like me?" when the police sketches of the suspects were shown. Justin later said he knew then that she had something to do with the murders, but he didn't press her. He loved her, and for now, they were fighting to stay sober. In August of 2005, Hurricane Katrina hit. And then in September, Hurricane Rita hit the Galveston and Houston areas. Justin and Christine fled to Arlington, where Justin's parents lived, but apparently they had up and moved to Chicago. And now the recovering addicts were unmoored. They drove to San Antonio and started using again. Justin later said he introduced Christine to heroin, but other reports say Christine had already tried it with Chris Snyder. For the next 8 months, they stayed in hotels. They would get cash out of an ATM for drugs and snacks, but other than that, they didn't leave their room. They both sank deeply into heroin addiction. And as Christine spiraled down, she couldn't stop the memories from flooding back, and she started telling Justin what had happened. I'm going to pause here from a word from our sponsor. According to Justin, Christine would vaguely tell him about an incident involving her ex-boyfriend that had resulted in multiple deaths. She finally started opening up more as hallucinations of her old friends kept haunting her during their heroin binges. This is what Justin later said she told him. Christine went to Tiffany's house to steal drugs, not kill anyone. She and Chris parked at the end of the street. Before they entered the house, Chris handed her a gun, but he didn't force it on her. They knocked on the door and were let in. Christine and Rachel went to a different part of the house, while everyone else sat in the living room. When Christine and Rachel went to the living room, Chris was holding a gun on Marcus, Adelbert, and Tiffany as they sat on the couch. Rachel, Marcus, Adelbert, and Tiffany were pleading for their lives and said, "Take whatever you want, just go." But no one got physical, and still Christine pulled the gun from her purse. Chris fired the first shot. He killed Marcus and Adelbert, and Christine shot Tiffany and Rachel. Then Christine and Chris took a bag of drugs and walked back to the car. But then Christine told Chris that they had to go back and make sure everyone was dead. Inside, they found Rachel alive, choking on her own blood, asking Christine why. "Why are you doing this to me?" Christine then beat Rachel to death with the gun. Justin Rott kept quiet. He often considered turning his wife in and was deeply troubled by her story. But he did love her, so he would just shoot up again and try to forget about it. On July 8th, 2006, 10 days before the 3rd anniversary of the murders, a call came into Crime Stoppers. The tipster said he had been at rehab with Christine Paolilla at the Starlight Rehab in Center Point, Texas in 2004. He overheard her bragging about the Clear Lake murders that happened in July of 2003. The man on the phone said that Christine claimed she helped her boyfriend commit the murders. He said he had no idea who the boyfriend was, but thought his name might be Chris. He was sure, though, that Christine had been friends with at least one of the girls who were killed.
Thank you, Heather.
The tipster knew graphic details, and that she and her boyfriend were there to steal money and X pills or ecstasy that they knew were stashed there. He went on to say that they used guns taken from the boyfriend's father's safe, and that the guns were returned to the safe afterwards. This bit was exactly right. Police later found the guns and matched them to the crime scene ballistics reports. Both guns also had Chris's prints on them. However, they had found wads of cash and marijuana in the murder house. It didn't look as though the killers had taken anything. As Michael Phelps points out in his book, Never See Them Again, it was not Justin Rott who called Crime Stoppers, though that has often been speculated. He had never been in Starlight Rehab, and by the time this call came in, he was spiraling dangerously with his wife, too much so to have made this coherent and detailed of a call. By now, they were using heroin and cocaine, a dangerous combination known as a speedball. Houston police started looking for Christine and Christopher Snyder. They had found out from her friends and family who this Chris was. Christine's stepfather, Tom, helped police find Christine's location by giving them a bank statement. Justin and Christine had been in San Antonio at a La Quinta hotel for the past 8 months. Houston police obtained arrest warrants for Christine and headed to San Antonio. On July 19, 2006, police entered the hotel room wearing raid jackets. The hotel room was strewn with 70 vials of heroin and needles. The room was disgusting. There was blood everywhere, on the sheets and all over their clothes from where they had been shooting up, and they hadn't been showering. They had a dog in the room with them that they never walked, so the room was also covered in feces. The stench alone was horrific. Christine was arrested around noon. She was transported to the San Antonio Police Department for questioning. Over the next few days, Christine would be read her Miranda rights 9 times. She had track marks all over her body, and her t-shirt was stained with blood. In her first statement, she said she drove Chris Snyder to Tiffany's house twice on the day of the murders. She said they were going to buy drugs, but that she didn't enter the house. Only Chris did. On the first trip, they had to turn around because Chris forgot something. Then he came out running with a gun, but Christine said she didn't hear any gunshots. When the detective provided her with evidence that she did enter the house, namely a wig hair found in Rachel's hand, Christine said she was bleeding and needed to see a nurse. At 4 p.m., Christine was transported to Santa Rosa Hospital. The hospital staff found that the only evidence of blood was from her period, but she was going through heroin withdrawal. At 5:30 p.m., Christine was given 6 milligrams of morphine and 20 milligrams of methadone. The detective met her at the hospital, and they talked for about an hour. Once again, Christine said she didn't even enter the house. But this time, she did say that a fight ensued inside, and that Chris admitted to killing everyone. The next day, at around 3 p.m., Christine was taken back to the police station for questioning. After speaking for around 2 hours, Christine said she was sick, thought she might vomit, and wanted an ambulance. She was at the hospital again for around 3 to 4 hours. She slept on a gurney for most of that time. She was given 25 milligrams of Librium before she was released at 11 p.m. and taken back to the police station. The next interview started up at around 11:30 p.m. and ended at 1:40 a.m. This time, Christine admitted she was in the house when everyone was killed, but she said she didn't kill anyone. It was all Chris. Christine said they drove to the house to get drugs. Once inside, Chris got aggressive and was arguing with Marcus. Then shots were fired. Eventually, Christine admitted to holding a gun. Christine said Chris told her to point the gun as they walked through the house looking for drugs and money. Chris put his hands over hers as she held the gun. That's when the gun went off multiple times. She said she didn't hit anyone with her hand or the gun. Christine said that Chris Snyder beat Rachel to death, then said he'd do the same to her and her family if she told anyone. Following this statement, Christine was taken back to her cell. She had now told 3 different versions, but she had finally put herself in that house. Houston police had what they needed. Christine and Christopher Snyder were charged with capital murder. On July 21st, Houston police headed to South Carolina to arrest Chris. Christine hired a private defense attorney with her trust fund money. By the time she was arrested, there was only $140,000 left in the bank. Brandy Snyder called Chris to tell him he had an arrest warrant. After the phone call, Chris left the house he shared with Michelle. He left his wallet, keys, ID, and everything at the house. But he took a bottle of Xanax and oxycodone that belonged to Michelle with him. When Chris didn't turn himself in, his family started to worry he had taken his own life. Chris's family told police he had talked about suicide before. After hearing that Chris had talked about suicide, the Houston police asked the Greenville police to use cadaver dogs to find him. On August 5th, police and cadaver dogs went looking for Chris. They searched the wooded area near Michelle's house. At around 7:30 a.m., Christopher Snyder's bloated body was found in the wooded area. The animals had also gotten to his corpse, but an autopsy would prove he had died of an intentional drug overdose. Christopher Snyder's family doesn't believe he was the one who led the murders. His sister Brandy said she'd never seen her brother with a gun. Christine's stepfather, Tom, said she was not capable of doing this. Quote, "There's no doubt in my mind. What happened is a tragedy. She's as much a victim as these poor kids. She's not the one who did this. The one that did it is gone." It's understandable that both families would express disbelief that their loved ones could commit such a heinous crime. Christine's attorney motioned to have her 3 statements banned from trial because when she made them, she was going through withdrawal and had taken medication. All police officers involved with questioning Christine said she did not show the symptoms of someone going through withdrawal. There was even video of her in an interrogation room in a fetal position, but once the detective left the room, she jumped up and was looking through the windows. When she heard the door open, she jumped back into the chair, slumped and moaning. A psychiatrist, board certified in psychiatry and addiction, reviewed the conditions Christine was under when she was interviewed by police. He found that she had been going through withdrawal during her interviews and that she was heavily medicated. It was his opinion that the statements should not be entered as evidence. The court found that the police officers were credible and reliable, while the psychiatrist's opinions were not supported by the evidence. Christine Paolilla's trial began on September 30th, 2008. In court, she wore a brown wig with a pink headband, matching her childlike dresses. She definitely played up the innocent look. She had put on weight in jail and did not look like the hollow junkie from her booking photos. The prosecution's case was that Christopher Snyder was not the only one to blame. Christine was just as responsible. The crime could not have happened without her. I mean, they're right. It's easy to blame somebody if they're dead. Christine is the one who knew the victims, not Chris Snyder. But even if Christine only assisted Chris, she would still be guilty of capital murder. The prosecution said Christine was not scared of Chris after the murders, despite what she claimed. There were over 1,000 calls made between the two, with mostly her initiating the calls. The defense's case was that Chris was the one who killed everyone. Christine was hiding the whole time. Christine had no idea what he was going to do. She was scared and hid behind a pillar when she heard gunshots. The defense said this is what happened. When they arrived at the house, Chris opened fire with a 9mm semi-automatic pistol with 16 bullets. Then Chris put a .38 caliber revolver up to Christine's stomach and forced her to help. They said Chris forced her into the living room and held her hand on the gun as it fired. Since most of the prosecution's evidence was based on what Justin Rott had said, the defense said Justin had a history of seducing women in rehab, then staying with them while they had money. The defense called multiple witnesses to testify about Justin's deceit and treachery. One woman said Justin told her he had the same cancer as her father. Another woman said Justin would take her debit card and make unauthorized withdrawals. Even if that was true, he did not turn Christine in. He did testify at her trial, but at that point, he didn't have much choice. Christine did not testify on her own behalf. On October 13th, 2008, after deliberating for less than 3 hours, The jury found Christine guilty of 4 counts of capital murder. She was sentenced to life. She wasn't eligible for the death penalty because she was 17 at the time of the murders. Christine appealed to the Court of Appeals of Texas on multiple grounds. The main ground was that the court erred when they disregarded the psychiatrist's opinion that Christine was going through withdrawal or was under the influence of morphine, methadone, and/or Librium during police questioning, and that her statements should not have been admitted into trial. The appeals court disagreed with Christine. They said that she did not appear intoxicated at any point. Christine spoke clearly and concisely during all interviews. She was conscious and alert. On May 26, 2011, Christine's appeal was denied. Christine is currently incarcerated in Mountain View Unit in Gatesville, Texas. She is eligible for parole on July 22, 2046. And here's where we talk about the why. Why the hell would Christine murder the only 2 girls who had ever befriended her? Chris Snyder isn't around to defend himself, and it sure would be nice to have his version of events. I think his suicide speaks for itself. He definitely was complicit. The guns were his father's, and he knew he was about to be caught. But like I said, how did he know these people? Maybe he knew Marcus or Adelbert through drugs. That is possible. But he could not have done this without Christine's cooperation. Her bullshit story of him holding her hand over the gun and making it fire is preposterous. No, I think there is something more insidious and tragic that happened that day. Rachel and Tiffany had voiced their opinions on her new boyfriend. That alone would make Christine feel judged and rejected. And then they graduated and moved on with their lives. Sure, they weren't keeping the best of company themselves, but neither of the male victims were murderers or gangbangers. Marcus and Adelbert were only lightly involved in drug trade, no matter what anyone would try to imply. Their rap sheets would have shown this if it were true. So 3 months had passed since the girls had graduated. Christine was alone to face her senior year without the insulation of Rachel and Tiffany's friendship. She felt rejected and angry. There is an interesting etymology debate about the difference between jealousy and envy. Modern scholars tend to believe that the words and their origins have morphed together, if not technically, but colloquially. Envy is an emotion you have when someone has something you want, something you cannot attain, whether it is beauty, popularity, money, or whatever. Jealousy is a fear of losing attention,
Take care, Kim.
of feeling possessive of someone. It is emotional rivalry, so to speak, whether it's romantic or platonic. I think Christine Paolilla felt a mixture of both jealousy and envy. Those girls had things she could never have. No amount of wigs or makeup would ever make her as beautiful or as popular as Rachel and Tiffany. And then once they moved on, Christine felt rejected and jealous. They had new friends, new boyfriends, and what's worse, they didn't like her boyfriend. There have been hints that she felt a sexual attraction to Rachel. Her lovey-dovey school notes were much more intimate with Rachel, and there is a photograph of the girls mugging on a couch. Rachel is seen laughing as Christine is holding part of her G-string panties or thongs in her teeth. It's above her jeans. The photo is not pornographic. Rachel appears to genuinely think it's funny. It's difficult, as usual, to read Christine's face. Considering that Rachel suffered the most vicious assault of all 4 victims, this must be taken into consideration. But Christine has never confessed. And as for Chris Snyder, dead men tell no tales. We will never know the true motivation, or even be sure about what really happened in that house. The twin green-eyed monsters of jealousy and envy are my best guess. Christine suffered great losses in her childhood, losing her father and then her mom losing custody of her for a few years. She probably had abandonment issues. And then there was the humiliating disease, alopecia, The loss of her hair would have been psychologically devastating. A woman's hair is so much a part of her femininity. I do have some sympathy in my heart for that part of her, and I'm glad she was 17 when it happened and is not eligible for the death penalty. But she cut down the lives of 2 friends she claimed to love and 2 men she didn't even really know. Despite the remorse shown to her husband, she has never truly taken responsibility for what she did. I sincerely doubt she'll be granted parole in 2046. Killers like her rarely do, and she would not be eligible for parole if she does not confess to the crime. And I think that is fair. Christine Paolilla lost her right to rejoin civilization. She could never be trusted again, and I don't think she could ever be forgiven in this lifetime. She can work that out with her maker in the next life. Southern Fried True Crime is written in.
There's the Clear Lake murders. It was an interesting choice. I thought it was unsolved. I didn't know anything about it, so sorry about that, folks. Whoever recommended it, though, was very interesting. Very much so. So there's that. Oh, she's with Yolanda Salvador. Okay, gotcha. Let's see if we have. Give you guys the interrogation, Christine's interrogation. Here we go. A little something extra to add to it.
A few years ago, who was Chris Snyder to you?
Very controlling, very scary person. Whenever he his temper would, whenever his temper was pushed, or whenever he felt he had to prove something, he would act very bully-like, very hard ass kind of, and there's been times where he'd get almost satanic talking about people, like, I wonder what it'd be like to kill someone, or there's been so many times where me and him have gotten into fights and physical fights, and he's very manipulative, very
Let me stop. Is it safe to say, were you romantically involved with Chris a few years ago?
Yeah.
Was he your boyfriend?
Yeah.
How long did y'all date?
About a year.
About a year?
Almost.
Okay. Was it a love-hate relationship? Did you have strong feelings for him?
At first, it was a really good relationship. Then he started, I guess once he got used to the relationship, when, more like
newness wore off.
Yeah, he got very very take charge, very demanding.
Okay.
And if he didn't get what he wanted, he would do whatever it took to, get me to, do something for him, or, or say something for him, or just pretty much, he really could, he knew that what my weak spots were, and when I would be in a weak state of mind, and when he really could get to me. He knew what to say about my past, what to say personal things about me to make me feel very, almost like jelly, kind of
Insecure.
very insecure, just very, like nothing, very numb, very, just
Okay. So it's safe to say this man had a big effect on you.
yeah.
Right. Did you say you had a father-like relationship? Is that what you said once?
Yes, I did, because I had lost my father at a very young age, and when I first started dating Chris, he acted like he was the man, and he would try to buy everything, and just he acted. It's almost like he was a father figure to me, because he'd always said he could take care of me, and I always had that in my mind, not that like he is my father, but
I understand.
This is
The dominant male in your life.
yeah, this is that part of my life that was taken out once, and now like he's feeling.
So the gun was in your hand, and what was he telling you? 1, 2, 3.
He was holding on to it too.
Okay, like on top of your hand or something.
Yes, like,
Yeah, like that.
I couldn't tell you how it was, like, but that one that like I was scared, and I was like crimping, and then
I feel like she's putting on a show right here, like putting on an act, if that makes sense.
I had made the gun go off, not purposely though, but like it went to like the back of the room, because I was just like screaming, just like shaking.
So somehow you pulled the trigger.
Yes.
Okay.
And he's like, 1, 2, 3, and he's like, come on, you bitch, you bitch, you bitch, and he started just screaming at me, and then, he kept like, it felt like I was like being like jerked, like, like
It was violent when it goes off.
mm-hmm,
How many times do you think it went off in your hand?
a million times.
It went off a bunch in your hand.
It felt like a million times, like even like the first time, it felt like a million times.
So you're pulling the trigger somehow?
No, like it's like he has his.
Okay. So we all know that she's faking. Obviously, she was very what's the right word I'm looking for? Come on, guys, help me out here. That stupid flag still in here. Thank you, Annie. Oh yeah, those were cool. We ran out of movies. Started running out of movies. I'm sure there's more. We can go back to it. No problem.
What happened to Grant Solomon? Questions and controversy.
Wait a minute. I can't play this one. Hold on. One second.
Get ready for the.
Let's see here. Thank you, Canadian True Crime Buff. 1 second. Give you guys a little look, and we can jump into it. The rest of it maybe another time. 1 second. Thank you guys for hanging out. I see some of you guys left already, but that's all right. Okay. Let's see what we got here. I wasn't prepared to do the 2 cases we did. I was prepared to do the other 2 I came in with. But like I said, so that's why it's a little weird today. It's okay, though.
And was found underneath a truck under very suspicious circumstances, but police refused.
I enjoyed that, especially the Burger Chef thing. That was different. I don't remember ever hearing about that one. So she probably won't ever get out. She
refused to investigate this. Hello, true crimers. This is the case of Grant Solomon. Viewer discretion is advised. Grant Solomon was born in 2002 to Angie and Aaron Solomon, and then in 2006, his sister Gracie was born. The family lived in Nashville, Tennessee. Their father was Aaron Solomon, who at the time of me telling the story is a former news anchor. He had worked for WSMV Channel 4 News. He claims he left on his own accord, but Angie would later say that he actually was basically forced to resign because of inappropriate things on his work laptop. At the time of this story, Grant is an 18-year-old senior, and he attended Grace Christian Academy, where he was doing very, very well. Grant was described as an incredibly intelligent young man, wise beyond his years. Grant was an excellent older brother to his sister Gracie. He was very protective of her. His family describes him as someone whose smile could light up a room, and he could make anyone laugh if they were in a bad mood. Grant was all about family. He loved his family dearly. He was very close with his mother and his sister, not so much his father. Grant was also extremely athletic and extremely competitive. In particular, he loved playing baseball. This is him pictured with his father, Aaron. Now, leading up to this case, Grant and his father, Aaron, had a very rocky and very tumultuous relationship. As a matter of fact, the two of them hadn't been alone together for the previous 2 years. There were allegations that Aaron was a very abusive father. He was abusive to Grant physically, and he was also sexually abusive to his wife and his own daughter. There had been domestic abuse calls made from Angie with regards to Aaron over the years. Angie told police that there was a point when her daughter Gracie, pictured here, well, when she was 5, she was afraid to take baths. And she said that her father put things in her in the bath.
Okay. Nice. Can one of you mods throw up a, I got it running on the bottom, but throw us a trigger warning in the chat for me real quick. Good God. What is wrong with these people, I swear. What's up, Rolo? Thank you, Sherry. Good God. Insane. I don't even want to hear that part.
Aaron admitted to it to Angie, but he said if you tell anyone, well, he'll take the kids away from her forever. In 2013, Aaron tries to strangle Angie. There is a lot more to that backstory. I just can't fit it all in this, in this video. However, I would encourage you to go to the website Freedom for Gracie, and you can read a lot more about the relationship. But Angie and Aaron would finally divorce around 2013. Fast forwarding now to July 20th, 2020. At 8:40 a.m. on that July 20th, 2020 morning, Aaron Solomon calls 911. He tells them, "My son's truck has backed over him. It's rolled over him and dragged him, and he's now in a ditch with a truck on top of him." On this 911 call, Aaron says that there are 3 people there, witnesses, trying to help. The 911 individual is trying to tell him, "Please go down to your son so we can talk you through some things," but he refuses to do it, stating that,
No, I'm not aggravated at all. Doodlebug, sorry. Doodle fart. That when they say stuff like that on YouTube, it bugs me. And because then I have to block it out of my channel as well. Nobody wants to hear stuff like that. That's all. That bugged me, and I'm just a little depressed. That's all. And my apologies. I really don't mean to seem that way, guys. Please, please, please understand. I don't. I'm so very sorry. Some of those things I just don't like hearing either. That kind of will set me up a little bit. That's all. But no, everything's okay, Doodlebug. And thank you for asking, though. I appreciate it very much.
that these 3 witnesses are down there instead. When police and ambulance arrive, this is basically what they see. When police arrive, those 3 witnesses, not there. Suddenly, they're gone. Those 3 witnesses have never, ever come forward to say that they were the 3 people there. Everyone who was at this location said they didn't see these 3 people either. So now suddenly, Aaron is the only witness to this event. So they were in this, I guess, baseball training facility. Aaron and Grant had just driven about an hour to get to this location. The truck was still hot. They had just gotten out of it. The truck was parked up here. Aaron says that Grant went to the back of the truck to get out his baseball equipment. Aaron says he turned around, was facing the wall, when all of a sudden he turned back around and the truck was rolling down this hill and it was dragging his son. And then it just kind of rolled up this little hill right there and he got stuck in the ditch. Grant was at the front of the vehicle. The way he was positioned was his head was out at the front and his legs were pointing towards the main road. Aaron had said the truck was pinning Grant down, but when EMS arrived, that wasn't the case. Grant was between the 2 front tires, but he was not being pinned down by anything. Nothing was actually restricting him from being pulled out. There was no disturbance of the grass. There was no tire tracks or tire treads anywhere in the grass or on the concrete or in the gravel that's up here. No indications that this truck had actually rolled any direction in that area. They did, however, find tire tracks that indicated the vehicle was actually driving forward, not rolling backwards from that hill. Near the truck, they found a rock with blood all over it. Just the one rock. It wasn't like splattered everywhere or anything. This is where the rock was. And then up here were Grant's glasses, just resting on the glass as if someone took them off and put them there. Grant wouldn't have done that because he literally cannot see without them. He had very poor vision. Grant's shoes and his clothing were undamaged. There were no burn marks to him or any of his clothing. The truck was piping hot. They had just driven an hour. Grant was rushed to the hospital, but unfortunately, he was pronounced dead just minutes, essentially, after the accident. Aaron did not want an autopsy done. He also denied any organ donation to be done. However, the medical staff did notate some injuries. Grant had blunt force trauma to the back of his head, and they determined that ultimately his cause of death was cardiac arrest due to the blunt force trauma. The rest of his body had almost no injuries. Most of it was like lacerations and cuts to his head. For someone to be dragged underneath a very hot truck, go down gravel and then a grass hill, to have absolutely no injuries, no burn marks, the clothing and shoes are in perfect condition, that is extremely bizarre. The police investigated this for about an hour, and then they just said it was an accident. This is how Grant would have been behind the truck. And then for him to get allegedly backed into this way, and then somehow for his body to turn around completely and have his feet now facing the other direction, doesn't make sense. But again, police were like, just an accident. Aaron refused to have the truck forensically analyzed, and then he took possession of the truck. He then tried to have it scrapped, and then he sold it. Angie eventually tracked down where he sold it, and she was able to get the truck back. But by the time that it was able to be analyzed by, forensic people that basically she had to hire, there really wasn't much evidence to find. Angie stated that Grant had just turned 18, and he was about to testify against his father about the sexual abuse to his younger sister.
This is disgusting.
Gracie. And then suddenly he ends up dead. In 2021, Gracie goes on YouTube. She talks about the sexual abuse from her own father, Aaron. So this is after Grant has already passed away. So back when Angie and Aaron were going through a divorce, there was a very heated custody battle. It got really, really ugly, really messy. And so basically Aaron kidnapped the kids and he brought them across state lines from Tennessee to North Carolina. And it was then when he had sexually assaulted Gracie. And Gracie says there is proof that he did it. There was a sexual assault kit done, but police are not taking it seriously and they're not doing anything about it. The statute of limitations on her sexual assault case is up this August of 2023. And if they don't charge him with anything, that's it. He gets off scot-free for doing that to his daughter. And he's basically been missing for the past 4 months. They don't know where he is. He picked up and left. He fled. Like, we can't let that happen. So the belief is that Aaron killed Grant to protect himself. And the police there in the Franklin, Tennessee area, they just won't investigate this. It's done to them. He was a respected news anchor for quite some time, an influential person in the community. So Aaron is probably being protected by some higher ups. Hell, even Grant and Gracie were telling their school that their father was abusing them, but the school never looked into it or never told anyone. Why? And Grant's story just isn't being told by mainstream media, by media in Tennessee. So Angie has started her own change.org petition in order to get these people to actually investigate this for what it probably was, a murder. I will have the petition linked in my link tree in my bio. So let's push this story out and help Angie, Gracie, and Grant get justice. And finally, the day I post this video would have been Grant's 21st birthday. He should have been celebrating that today.
No way. No way. No way. No way. No hell no way. Nope. That ain't gonna happen. This piece of shit is something's gonna happen. This is disgusting. I'm sick. Who told me to look into this? Whoever you are, God bless you, because this is disgusting. I'm about to go look for this piece of shit myself. Nope. No. No way. Oh, this has me pissed off now. Yeah, folks, we just picked up another one. For real. This is bullshit. Unbelievable. Where the F is this loser? No way. I'm appalled at this point. Damn. Yeah, speak up.
But the wheels weren't on him? No. So how was he, how did he was laying there?
His head back over there, but not the wheel on him. And
His head was where?
his head was like kind of under the axle.
Okay, so it's down the other way?
Angled back like that. So the wheels, neither of these tires were on him. But I don't know if the back ones had run over him. I don't know. You know, I don't, because I didn't
Wait, so these tires were in front of him.
Correct.
Okay, so you're saying that he was laying right here, and then he angled that way.
Well, just slightly.
Okay, wait, so
like straight across, it might have been.
No, just say Grant is long and straight right here. So instead of being long and straight, he's long and.
No, so he is like an angle like this. So not straight across,
but behind that tire right there.
Yes, exactly.
So the legs would have been coming out over here.
Right. So remember what I tried to explain.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get this clear because my mind, I can't sleep at night because of this. That's why I'm here, because I video mix, so I'm gonna have to listen to this because I can't process right now. So his head was, where was his head was on that side of the tires. Up there, you can see it.
Yes.
Okay, and then his body angled this way.
He's angled almost straight across, but slightly across like this. So these wheels, neither wheel was on him, but that part I think was I think his chest and abdomen area was trapped by the axle, I believe. So this is actually.
How would you know the axle was on him?
Because that's the area. Because that's where. Because of where his head was. And
where were the rocks?
All right, so this is actually a decent example of how. So WPI is up here. Then the parking lot is kind of like this.
Yeah.
And then at the edge of the parking lot, it's just like this, a ditch. It's steeper than this down, and then it goes back up. And so down in here is those rocks.
Okay.
On a little bit of both sides. And then here's 109. So what had happened is the truck actually comes down this, and you can see, I think the bumper got damaged probably when it
dug.
Like there.
Yeah,
yes, but with the force was so much, the truck, when it settled, was actually, the front was kind of against that side of the ditch, and the back end was actually stuck up on almost the shoulder of 109. So
that's why the front end was tilted a little bit back down.
Yes.
And that's why,
yes,
and that's
truck,
what was laying on him.
Yes. So the heavy part of the truck is on his end. Also, it's extremely unstable. That's as soon as they hopped out, they had stabilization things for the back and jacks for the front, so they could jack it up without it rolling forward on top of him more. Because the truck had actually settled, just like the truck came down through here, and then it was actually, the front end was against that side of the ditch, and the back end was almost sticking up. And 109's right here. The shoulder of 109 is like right there. So.
Thanks, Valerie.
Aaron, would it be okay if I start the truck and let it roll? Is it okay with you? I don't want to overstep my bounds. I just can't understand how this. I mean, I can.
Yes,
Annie.
Annie.
Does it too. But
Look at all this
I
stress.
just want to feel it. I just want to understand.
Well, I know, so do I. I mean, I don't.
Like nobody understands.
No, I know. I can't either. I mean, that's what it. None of it. It all defies.
Let's first.
See, right now I have the parking brake on. It's a foot parking brake, so it's not one that you pull up here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Can
you know.
Can you start it and then put it
But
in drive and just
could
see
you
how
not
fast it
see his
rolls?
head on that side when you come down the hill?
Not at the very beginning, because at first, I'm not thinking worst case scenario at the very beginning. At first, when I got out of my car thinking, oh my gosh, and I look around the parking lot and I don't see him, I start coming down this hill, and first I'm looking through the windshield to see if he had hopped back in by chance, because I don't see him standing up out here. So then I'm like, well, maybe he got back in somehow, and I don't see him in, and so I'm above the hill, and this is the front end's at the bottom of the ditch, and I look down, and I don't see his entire body because I see his red shirt and his head over here because he's angled that way. So I know that I know he wasn't covered by wheels up front, neither his head nor his feet, but he wasn't perfectly perpendicular. He was at a little bit of an angle, but still.
Were his feet sticking out? I'm just asking questions that don't matter, but were they sticking out over here, or were they just?
Yeah, I mean, they had to be. They had to be, because mine would be sticking out. I was more in the front of it, and I'm calling 911 immediately, and I'm probably, kind of this far at the top of the ditch on this side of it, at the edge of the parking lot. And literally, because I'm, people are like, man, you need to sit down because you're.
Yeah, but did nobody try right then to get the truck off of him?
A couple guys, they were afraid, because if you try to move this and it rolls, it wasn't stable. So it could have, there weren't enough of us. It would have taken 20 dudes, maybe, to try to and move him and pick it up.
And
so
you never got down there to his head.
Not all the I never made it all the way down here like this. I'm on the phone trying to give the.
But he was.
dispatch.
How do you know he wasn't making sounds or?
Well, because two dudes came and they. I mean, I could see that he was unconscious, and I could not. He was not. I could see that he wasn't moving his mouth, and I was close enough to see that, and they said he was not moaning, or there was no sounds. They could see the two guys that had the construction dudes, whatever they were. They stopped and they were trying to help and assess, and they said he was unconscious, and they just saw a little bit of blood come
So there's stories everywhere, everywhere. Even that Gracie was with him. I mean, no, they've gone that far, but there's stories out there that he was. This was one I heard today that he was talking to them.
No.
Well, wait a minute. And when they lifted the truck off, because the pressure was off of him, it caused him to bleed out. And I'm like, no, and no, Gracie, the woman, the head of BPA, is telling that one. Baseball, whatever.
Yeah, there's no. That's just.
And will you please make sure if anybody else publishes anything or does a story, they mention me too.
I don't even know when anybody published it.
Well, Holly didn't mention. She didn't. Not that it matters, but she didn't.
Still in my car with mine running, and it was about to get out.
So when you saw him last, where was he standing?
All right. So I'm in my car.
I'm right here.
You're parked here on this side of him.
I'm right here.
Uh-huh.
I look over first when we first pull up, and he's looking at his phone and wrapping something up, and then I'm checking to make sure work emails that are coming in aren't something I need to address. My car is still running with air conditioner on, so I can't hear if his is on or off. But so I look down, then I look back up, and I see him because we were early. I mean, we had like plenty of time, so there was no rush. We had our time. So the last I see is him literally like right here closing this, about to open this, and I'm thinking, oh, he's just going to get his gear, and I'm going to check this email to make sure it's not important, and then I'm going to get out and we're going to go in.
Did he have his ball cap on then and everything?
Yeah, had his hat on, had his glasses on,
and that's the last you saw him was right there.
Yes,
and the truck wasn't rolling at that point because you would have noticed it.
Right. So here's the thing: I don't know whether he got this and it started rolling and he tried to stop it and got knocked down, or if he was in here
and then it knocked him down and knocked him out, and maybe the door dropped. I don't know.
But when he
you
was
know?
laying there, he was on his back.
Yes, face up, chest up. Yeah, it's tough to see the
God.
first.
And the thing is, like, I know as a mother, for me, like, I would just want to know what
trust
happened
me,
to my
I want to.
son.
Well, and here's the thing: I wish
Yeah.
I knew.
I mean, I know both
Exactly.
of y'all do. I know,
You know,
it's like
and me being
haunting.
there makes it even worse for me because
I
I'm like,
know,
what?
I'm so
I mean,
sorry.
I wish I had. I now.
Yeah.
I
This is
wish
just
I
sad.
had- I got-
Or if I had just gone with him,
Well,
right?
any
You
of-
know?
I mean, there's so many what ifs. That's why I said it
just
had
so
to be a
many.
God thing because it's so freaky. Like it's so
Yeah.
freaky. Here's the thing: whether it was in park or in drive doesn't really matter because either way it shouldn't roll back. Honestly,
Yeah, and then it needs to be recalled.
Somebody
you know?
looked up that these trucks have a mechanism that in drive, they don't roll back.
Well, and maybe I don't know. I don't know whether he did.
I mean,
have
just
it
the boys are all searching for
I know.
answers.
Listen,
Like everybody's
listen, I know.
searching.
Can I just have the key and let me just try it?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry. I just
put it in park and
okay.
then take this off. See, I don't know that he used this. I kind of doubt that he did the foot push pedal.
Yeah.
I kind of doubt that.
That really wasn't. So you're in park now. And it's not rolling. Watch out.
Oh.
Okay, here's drive. And it goes forward.
Now that incline there is
Yeah, but go up a little more, Aaron. Go up a little more, and then. Now what happens? It goes forward.
Well, I don't know. But see, I don't know.
Okay, but
whether he had it.
okay. Now do me another favor. Put it in park.
There's neutral.
There's neutral.
Okay,
So
neutral.
that would be an
Is
immediate
neutral.
as you're trying to get out.
Well, what's park and then reverse is next?
Right.
Put it in reverse and see what happens.
Reverse wouldn't allow him to get even out. You know.
Wait, would just
I mean, it's going back.
And neither would. Yeah.
so
Fast.
neutral.
Neutral seems like it would roll back too quickly.
For him
Let
to
me
get
that.
out.
Now put it in park again. Hey, just a minute. Let me just. Okay, go.
There's park.
No, it's steeper there than this.
Right.
It's steeper there. Yeah.
Pull up pull up a little further and try it.
All right. So
Okay.
there's drive.
There's drive.
Okay. Now neutral. I mean reverse.
Well, here's neutral. And that's immediate. So he can't even get out the door.
Yeah.
So it's either got to be, quite honestly, it seems like it's got to be maybe drive and it was paused because this is still not as steep as their parking lot.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think is maybe it was in, but even, I don't know. Now, see right here, it's in drive and it's not moving. So
Okay.
It's not as steep as it is there.
But if my dad's theory was true that it was jumped out of gear and it jumped to reverse, he can't get. But if it jumped after he got out.
Right. Well, hold on. Good job.
What's that?
Well, I just tried to see if I could even put it in park where it's over where it shifts, and it won't even stay there. It automatically goes over here. So
Okay.
I don't know. It's just so freaky.
Wait, you did what?
That makes sense. No, I was trying to see how park it goes in there. I was trying to see, like you were saying, would it pop out of
It
park?
can't because it has to go over to the column.
Right. So it won't stay there. It won't stay right there to possibly pop down to
No.
reverse. I mean, there's just, I don't know. None of it makes sense. And because I didn't see the whole thing, I mean, nobody knows except God.
Is his
you know?
cooler in here that I packed him?
Yeah. It's right here. It's right here.
Okay.
I mean, everything. I haven't touched any.
I know this sounds crazy, but I want you to put the parking brake on and I want to get under it. I just need to be where Grant was.
With the parking brake on?
Just turn it off.
Okay.
Turn it
Yeah.
off and put the brake on.
I was gonna say, please don't do that.
Well, that's why they call it a freak accident.
Exactly.
Because
it's unexplainable.
It's
And that's
unexplainable.
why the only way I can, like I said in my thought the other day, in my message, is that it's a God thing, because none of it makes sense. Like, none of it.
So what you're, Aaron, so what you're saying is his legs weren't really trapped. It was more probably the chest under that bar, whatever that is. So this whole thing, whatever this is that's right here that holds fluid by the next bar, was not on him. It was the front one, right? Like it's a front axle, and then there's a thing right there. What is that? Holds this. What's that? And this
was
wasn't
more like the front axle.
So his legs were free.
Yes. That's
And
what
you
I'm
don't
saying.
think a tire ran over it,
Well,
them?
I have no idea. I have no idea how he ended up where he did. What I'm amazed it rolled perfectly straight, almost down to the ditch, and then at the last second it was kind of slightly, but not a lot.
Yeah.
But I mean, that means the wheels didn't turn much. They stayed straight while it back down. Now the parking lot isn't very deep, so there's not a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's just,
I'm so sorry.
I know, and of course I've seen it because it's in there, but you know, and people were offering to forget it, but it was like, no. When I thought about it that first night, I was like, no, I need to be the one who gets it, just with my facing the head. And the first time I just saw it, I was like, and then the first time I opened it up to see the stuff, like, I haven't even really looked at it. It's hard to see there's a shoe.
It's light, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, I mean, I can see how that thing would pin a chest.
yeah, but not really pin it, like pin it, but not like push down.
So it wasn't pushing down.
No, not pushing down.
And this makes no
you couldn't,
sense.
like, and of course you can't like try to pull him out, because that could make things a heck of a lot.
Yeah,
worse.
but how did the skull crack open and the brain be exposed?
Those rocks, Angie, we don't know.
Okay, so his head was laying in the rocks.
Yes. The back of his head, he was straight up, looking straight up. So the back of his head was on the rocks.
Like straight up like this.
But who knows? But yes. Well, like not that tilted back, like he's laying in bed. Like he's laying in bed. Or, but here's the thing. I don't know if he got, like, let's say by chance the back door caught him, and he knocked out.
This is insane, you guys. Completely insane. I feel so bad for this kid, his sister, their mother. This is insane.
Watch the truck, please. Watch the truck. I'm under it. It's rust. It's not blood. Hey, Mel, do you have your readers? Can I borrow them? Somebody's?
I think I went off without him. I've been suffering all day.
This is not his blood. It's rust. It's not him.
That's not rust right there.
Yeah. If it was wrong, it would have been so fast. You probably wouldn't have had
At the beginning, maybe not. I don't know. I have no idea.
So his head was right here.
But then how does he, you know, I don't.
Yeah, right. I know.
I'm sorry, Ashley. I don't understand what you mean. I'd like to apologize if I pissed you off. I made a few positive comments, I thought, regarding the scenario with the other creator, but I can see that that wasn't. I don't know what you mean by that. That looks like blood, by the way, folks. That is definitely not rust or some kind of paint or something. That's not rust. I promise you that. I didn't see anything like that, and you didn't piss me off, Ashley, at all. Then there's nothing to be worked out, but that I didn't even see that, nor did anything piss me off. But there's nothing to be worked out. After what was said about me and the way I was treated in that sense, it'll never. I'm just separated myself from the situation and moving on. That's all. And like I said, anybody that chooses to go where they go, that's up to them. I have no qualms with that. I'm not going to tell anybody you can't go this place or that place. I just don't want people coming in here that don't want to be here, that don't like me, and pretending like they do. That's all I was talking about earlier. I don't like that. That's very hurtful. And then going over there and saying bad things about me. That's the only thing I said I don't want. Nobody pissed me off in here. I'm just the whole situation was pretty depressing to me, so that's all. Yeah, but it seems like it's stained on the bottom of that pan. And that's everybody has the right to their own however they feel about me, Ashley. I'm never not telling anybody they can't. All I know is that there were tons and tons of lies told about me, which is what upset me the most, because none of the things that were said about me are true. And I proved that. I completely proved that. So either way, everybody's welcome to be where they'd like to be. No worries. It looks, yeah, it kind of does look burnt, Dakota. I agree with you. Blood, let's see. I don't know how long after this happened that this was, but that should have burnt off anyway. Yeah, that's crazy.
Right, I know. Yeah, you can't.
That's why the crews get out immediately. And with the front end, because the motor's up there, and do something like if it had been the back end, and it didn't have a chance to like roll more on him, I would have tried it.
Yeah.
All three dudes there, we would have tried to put it up here, but there, and the way it was sitting, we could have dropped it on him or rolled it on him because it was still an angle.
Yeah.
So it could have driven us back into the back side of the hip.
Right.
You know, if they got it.
Was it running when they found when he was?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious what happened in this one, and I'm going to be looking hardcore into this one. Thank you, Rhea. That's pretty much how I feel. Nothing, I don't mean any disrespect. I just don't want to talk about it because I was completely painted in a horrible, horrible way that is nothing like who I am, and that's what bothers me so much. Thank you for joining us, Michael. I hope you have a wonderful evening. If you're able to join us tomorrow, Supernatural Friday tomorrow. We got some interesting stuff. It'll probably be more interesting than today was. And my apologies for anybody that wasn't interested today. I really am sorry. Have a great night, my friend. I do appreciate you and your support here and your conversation as well. We'll see you soon, sir.
Okay, so now tell me again where his head was.
I do believe that that is blood. I'm sorry, folks, but I really do believe that is blood, but it's not wiping off. It's so very weird. So he tried to scrap the truck, Mama J, and then he ended up selling it, and then she tried to go get it back. That's so strange. Like, I've seen accidents, okay? Thank you, Michael. I appreciate you so very much, brother. I do. That's it. Moving forward, people. That's what I like to do. I like to move forward. I don't like to live in the past unless we have to. And I don't like to dwell in it. Father denied all the tests. I appreciate you, Candy Girl. I really do. But I definitely don't want anybody being negative towards that person from here or talking negative, because I don't do that, regardless of whether they do or not. Yeah, this is insane. I don't know how this guy is walking around talking. This is the mother too. It could be Dinky, but like, what are the odds? You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. Angie is the mother. She's the one that's looking under here. This is crazy, folks. This guy's acting like it's no big damn deal. I'd have been a disaster. The truck couldn't have been at my house. Oh, have a wonderful night, CC. Joining us all the way from South Africa. God bless, and thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you so very much. Well, what's the matter, Noni? You're still here. Just been difficult for you to watch chat today. Is there something that's upsetting you, Noni, that I did, or something I need to change? Please let me know. That's what it's all about, so I can fix whatever's upsetting you. This is beyond disturbing, Mama J. I mean, literally beyond disturbing. Well, the guy is the father. The other woman, Angie, is the mother. A 100%, Eddie. 100%. Oh, that's okay, Chuck, baby. No worries, dear. Yeah, I know, danger zone. That's what I'm saying. No way. Couldn't do it.
Not far from you, but almost to the back of where your phone.
Move my phone like right here.
No, towards you.
Okay, now
towards the other tire.
What part of the head are we talking about? Forehead, middle head.
And go back towards the rear of the truck a little. Oh, now towards the tire a little bit.
Well, I think the mother is thinking that's not blood. That's who is looking at it, is the mother. And the mother keeps saying, oh, that's not blood, that's rust. But that's blood, you guys. I've seen it 1,001 times. That's blood or something, but it's not wiping off. That's the weird thing. I know, I mean, when blood dries, it is hard to clean, but like the way this is, I don't know how long this has been. This is very weird. It is creepy as hell, Nancy. I agree.
In that, maybe back towards the back of the car. No, towards the.
I mean, there's blood right here.
In that area where your phone is.
So his head, but he was looking up, so there was nothing laying on his head.
Correct. And it wasn't like, it didn't seem like that thing was pressing on his.
Yeah, I was just thinking that too, Valerie. I think they're trying to catch him. This is off of the Justice for Grant channel. I think they're trying to get him to say something or to do something. What's up, Mudman? That's how this looks to me. And I'm so sorry, Noni, that the chat does that to you. My apologies. I wish there was something I could do to help that. And that's the thing, is maybe if it were to get wet again, it would change it up because it was hot. No, there's no court tomorrow for Brian, guys. That has been vacated until the 22nd of September, folks. I had talked about that yesterday, I think it was. So there will be no court date tomorrow. This came out on March 7th of 2023, folks. And he's been gone ever since, in hiding wherever the hell he went. So we're going to be back in this 155,000%. That's a fact. This entire case, I'm backing it and doing whatever I can do to get it out there. I need this to be in, like, out. A lot of people in here watching this is what I need. That is what I need. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the chat. I don't know what it is, but
Chefs.
This is it's in regards to the Grant Sullivan case. It was just brought to my attention like 40 minutes ago. We reviewed it a little bit. It's pretty disgusting, actually. And then this right here, this guy was, or this guy here that owns this truck, his son was run over by the truck. And they're looking at the truck, not long after this happened. This is the father and the mother. And the father was being charged with some other stuff, disappeared, and has been missing for 4 months now. And this is what they're looking at. This is under the truck after the truck ran the son over.
Looked like you couldn't have. I don't think you could have pulled him out if you wanted to, and that wouldn't have been a smart.
Okay, but his head. So now that I've seen under here.
But he just said, I don't think you could have pulled him out of there if you wanted to. But he wasn't trapped under there. There was nothing holding him there. This is what doesn't make sense to me. This is ridiculous. And what do we mean trolls disagree? What about trolls? We don't need no trolls in here. If there are any trolls, be gone. You don't need to be here. No, I had it paused for a minute, Groot. I'm getting ready to start it again. I'm just trying to make sure everything in chat's okay.
So his head is basically. I am right now. Where his head was. His head was like right there.
A little bit farther back.
Okay, like right there.
Okay.
Right there. Like
yeah, in that.
Like right here. Like you could see his hair and his stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that's not right.
Like
You could, but you could see his hair and his stuff.
Oh yeah.
Which would be about.
Intentional, Nancy. It seems to be intentional to me.
The right distance.
Like I said, he was at an angle.
But neither one of those things were on him at that moment. That axle and the other at that moment. Right?
Not that it didn't look like something was pressing down.
Yeah,
on
it
his
probably
body.
hit him earlier than that.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Whatever it was. I mean, who knows what, how many times. I have no idea. I mean, I could try to ask the EMS if they were in the ignition or in his pocket. I doubt they were in his pocket because a lot, and then maybe as it was going down the ditch, it went this way just a little. So it was just a little off exact center. It was about like that instead of that. And yeah, you can see, well, and who knows, I don't know, because like I said, the truck is settled, I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying down the road, not right now.
Before you sell it, I know
or if I do, or whether I don't.
Well, I mean, I know some of the boys are wanting to see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So let me make a few pictures.
I definitely don't think this was an accident. And the reason why is because the son was supposed to testify against the father because of what the father is accused of doing to his daughter, the son's sister, of course. And now all of a sudden, like that happens. Something's wrong with that. I'm sorry. Yeah, the handprints are. I'm completely appalled by this. Completely appalled. Okay.
I'm literally
You're parked here.
Sitting right there. We both pull in. I'm in
Yeah.
the driver's seat.
Yeah.
My car's still running.
Yeah.
The last time I see Grant
Right.
is literally like this. And I see him. I don't see the truck rolling yet.
Well, yeah.
I don't even see it roll until I see it kind of settling back there. Right at that time, I get like a word email, and I'm like, I just looked down for a second to see. So I didn't see to the point where he gets to this. This is the last thing I see.
Did he close that door?
He was closing the door when I saw him, and so
and
the doors were closed
Yeah.
when I get out. So I don't know when the truck started rolling, because I told Sam, I said, Sam, if I had seen it start to roll, I would have jumped out. If I see the truck rolling, I'm going to jump out.
Yeah.
And be like, hey, get away from it,
Right.
just like
Oh,
whatever.
yeah. Of course.
Or make sure, try to pull him away or whatever.
Thank you,
I
Heather.
don't know whether he had gotten to this or if it started rolling and he goes back. I don't know.
So then next.
So all I know is I look down, then I look up, and I see the.
That's what I'm saying. This guy he's talking about this like he's just some stranger, has no idea who this happened to. I couldn't have this conversation if this was my child. Never. This guy is like no big deal, you know? Something's off with this. I'm sorry.
I look over here and I don't see the truck. I look in my mirror and I see the truck settling in the ditch so quickly. So I hop out immediately.
Yeah.
I hop out and I look right here, expecting to see him like laying here
Or standing. Up there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Up there.
And as soon as I don't see him right here, my heart goes. And I start walking, and as I'm walking right here, the truck is angled like that.
Yeah.
And I'm looking through the windshield. So I'm like, all right, maybe he got back in the truck. And I'm walking, and he's not in the windshield. He's not inside.
He's not in the windshield.
He's not inside the truck. And so then my heart even goes further. And right about here, I can see his red shirt that he was wearing, and I see his face. Barely, because I can't see his entire body because he's under. I can only see like this right here, and I immediately just get weak, and I immediately pull up my phone to call 911, and I'm trying to be calm for them, and somebody had just run out and said, man, you need to sit down, because they could tell I was getting weak, but I needed to be strong, and I knew looking at this that humans could not, the 3 or 4 people or 5 people couldn't help at the moment, that 911 needed to get here immediately. So I'm on with the dispatch going, please get here fast.
So he was pinned over there. It had already finished its roll.
Oh, yeah, it did stop.
He was over there.
Yeah.
Okay. And you saw his
And
red.
I'm like, get here fast. And I still had the number in my 1357 South Water. My son there's been an accident. My son is trapped underneath the truck.
And she's like, all right,
this is the father.
And then once they hang up, crews are literally here because downtown is so close. They were here quickly. And somebody's like, man, you don't need to
right.
come down there because I may fall and I can't. And I'm like right here, like laying down. I'm laying down. I'm sitting right here. And the crews get here, and immediately, they've got fire trucks and ambulances, and guys are getting out of the truck with jacks and braces. Because I knew in my mind, even if, it would take maybe 20 men to pick up the front end of the truck. And even then, the weight of it could roll. So I knew we needed equipment quickly. And so
they get out and they're jacking it up, and immediately a police officer says, "Mr. Solomon, we need you to come with us in here." And at the moment, I was mad. I was like, "Don't take me from my son. Don't take me." Well, actually, before that, you might have heard some of that, because I'm calling you next, saying there's been a horrific accident. I'm in a panic. Just get here. We're in Gallatin. All that. Then the police officer.
Thank you, Casey. We love you too, my dear.
In there.
Okay.
So they're yelling.
Right. Yeah. Because I was on with dispatch quite a while. They said, "Stay on the line with us." Yeah. And so they pull me in there to talk to me, and at the time I was mad, but then after the fact, I think that was so I wouldn't see everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And make it worse.
And then that's when we got them to tell us some of the regional hospital, and I left and headed this way.
As soon as they got him in the ambulance, then they let me come out and drive, basically chase the ambulance to the hospital.
Yeah, but you never made it down there. Or
not all the way down.
And you didn't open the truck door.
No. Nobody opened. Nobody touched him or the truck, because there were a couple dudes.
And you just saw it here and was like, "I got to call."
Oh, I got to call, because there's no way we.
What is it that you were saying? Just a different point of view as to what, Oopa Loopa? And then name your favorite Beatles song, and I'll give them. What does that mean? I don't. Let it be. Right. Okay. Listen, if you again, I said this before, if anybody doesn't want to be in here, they don't have to be in here. Nobody's forcing anybody to be here. So, it is what it is. So, I just don't need any of the drama in here is all I'm saying. Regardless of if I'm talking about it or not, that's my right, but I don't need it in here. So making one open-ended comments and stuff like that has a tendency to draw it out, especially with me reading them. That's the problem. So if that's what the point is, it's not going to just get it all out and be done with it. And if not, let it be, like you said. This just happened 5 months ago in March. (2020). This says March. Oh, no. I'm wrong. I am so wrong. Angie Solomon videos Aaron Solomon after the suspicious death of her son, Grant. Angie and her friend, Melanie Hicks, trick Aaron into meeting and videotapes his story. Angie and Melanie pretend to be nice to him in order to get information, like you guys said. Aaron and his friend Sam Johnson bizarrely reenact Grant's death in the ditch months later. Sam Johnson would make national headlines for harassing a teenager at a local hotel in Franklin, Tennessee. So there we go. It was 3 years. That's right. Sorry about that. Well, at least the mother was smart enough to do that. I kind of thought something was off the way she was acting, but that makes sense. And God bless her for doing it, Amen.
We can help him. Somebody at a higher
level. And you could see from here that he was not.
Yes. Oh, no. I'm right here.
Right.
Yeah. I'm right here. And his eyes are closed. He's unconscious. There's no mouth movement. I'm looking. There's no mouth movement. There's no crying. There's no yelling. There's no moaning. There's no screaming. He's out. I mean, I know he's out.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank God.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So we've built that up a little bit. See how Sam?
I know.
See
We
how?
got a lot of faith in that truck.
I know.
See how Sam is built
Yeah, yeah.
up.
Oh, yeah.
So if anybody comes or wants to come, they
Well,
know.
I know.
But they know how to. I mean, if anybody wanted to come when they come on their own, I asked him to make like a little stand up. So and he
And I'm
removed
going to
all
go
the
in and
trash.
tell them that just so they don't adjust it.
Yeah. And then the other thing I wonder though is if did the police do anything on the truck? Like, did they do fingerprints on the back to see if he was actually trying to stop it?
Well, it's his truck. His fingerprints are going to be on it. Yeah. I mean, he could have fingerprints.
But there's nothing back here that. Well, he loved him because he drives down. I think people thought they were Grant's hands, but they were Austin. They were Ashton's. Don't wipe them off. They were Ashton's, and he door dashed, and everybody thought it was hysterical because he would door dash, and when he go drive out, they'd see thank you and be like, yeah. So that's just so tight right there. This is a terrible location. You see this kid trying to get out of here?
I know.
This is ridiculous. Why doesn't the person in the red truck just move?
Do you see anything of Grant back here?
I mean,
Anything red? Anything?
nothing.
There's just no answers.
Just nothing. I mean, it's just it just is no explanation.
No, I know. That's it.
I mean, nothing. But yeah.
Well, the explanation is you tried to say.
That was my point.
We can figure out is because we think if he was to the side, he'd be lying down somewhere in here, maybe knocked out, maybe the front wheel runs over his leg and it's broken. I mean,
that's the only thing I can.
The only way he ends up down there is being behind it.
That's the only way.
Yeah.
You know that.
Okay. Did you pee?
Yeah.
I do sit with my headphones on at night, and I just listen because otherwise I go through scenarios. So if it goes back this way and he's trying to stop it, right? Stop. I can't handle that. I don't want you doing it either. But imagine it. If he's trying to stop and he's pushing, right? And he can't. We all know he couldn't have stopped it.
Right.
But look what's right here. If his foot even got halfway into that hole.
Well, look, I mean, it could be.
But that truck, when I let off the gas in there, it goes boom, and it picks up speed. That's what I thought too, because the speed of this truck and the weight of the truck on this hill, there's no way he could have stopped it. But I could see how. And then if he was behind it running, then he's going to get caught up at some point. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. There's no way to get through that whole quick.
No.
Looks like he may have held on and then.
I know, because this is a little bit messed up. Like,
well, that could have been from.
I know, but it's just me looking for things. They were pretty perfect until the very end. Like right there, like where all that.
He could have slipped at the edge.
Yeah. And then.
Oh, yeah.
An injury occurred on the pavement, and then
he could have hit the rocks twice. He could have hit the rocks on this side.
The rocks where the blood was might have been where the head injury occurred.
Right. I mean, he could have been. His head could have hit twice.
Because I don't see. I mean, it's been.
No, there's no. No, I mean, I would have noticed blood that day. As shaken as I was, I would have noticed blood.
Yeah, there's no blood down here too, and I just walked all this. So.
No, I know.
And you know what? When I saw him that day,
one of these other
when I
rocks,
saw him that day, and do you agree with this? He was beautiful. Like there were no scratches. There were no.
Oh, no, that's the thing, Sam. When we
There
saw
was
him in the
no.
hospital after he's passed,
There was no scratches. There was
I
no
was
straight.
totally.
Thank you so much, Miss Casey. It's great to have you in this community. 4 months, that's awesome. We are proud to have you here. I hope that you love it as much as we love you being here. And congrats on that one. Thank you once again.
Oh yeah, I was surprised at how good he looked.
He looked an angel. There was
Because
no.
I said, because I immediately told Angie and Gracie. I told Angie at the funeral on Tuesday. I said he's going to look great because he looked good.
Now his
Now
jaw
the back
was
of his,
messed
yeah.
up
Now
at
this
the
side of
funeral
his
home.
face, this side of his face had been hit, I think, impact,
Yeah.
and they said that he had fairly, back of the head damage, but it wasn't like,
Yeah. I want to just ask him if I can put a flower. Okay. 6-lane highway, 5-lane. No one saw anything. Business up here looks like maybe a camera there, maybe. Business over here, bait company, house, wine and liquor, something right here. But look at this. That ravine is as tall as me when I stand in it. There's one over here that's deeper and taller. And all these kids are parking on these hills. However, these kids over here are the ones that throw 100, and they're now parking over there. They don't park over here.
Okay, 2 things do not add up that are not logical. Number 1, Grant did not have time to get all the way behind the pickup.
No.
So when you put that car in drive, it starts
And
rolling
you heard
immediately.
Sam said it got to 20 miles an hour just like that.
Right. When you put that car in drive, it starts rolling immediately. You don't have time to get out of the truck. When you put it in neutral, it takes off. The only position is park, and it stayed locked. That the truck stayed still. And the other concern that I have is if Grant was drugged underneath this truck, the grass is undisturbed where he would have been drugged. So here's a 200-pound person, 6'4", being drugged underneath the truck, and the twigs are not even snapped.
No. Why is there nothing but one rock with blood? I mean, there's nothing. I mean, there's absolutely nothing. There's nothing. This definitely
Welcome, Missy Holmes. Great to have you here.
Right? But he had to come down this under that truck, and Sam said it may have bounced and freed him and then landed on him, but then it wasn't on him. But there's nothing else over here.
This is crazy. That's what I'm guessing, Eddie.
And nothing. There is no, even the rocks are still laying in the proper direction, the opposite direction. Looks like they haven't even been shifted until you got up there and we saw the crack one. Nothing. Okay, what's the second thing? Is that all of it?
The grass and the fact that the truck was rolling too fast before he even had a chance to get out.
Right.
He didn't have time to get
Okay, and the
back
other
to
thing
vehicle.
is that now Aaron was parked on that side, so Grant's truck was staying where Grant's truck was. Grant's truck was here, and we've been told all along that Aaron parked on this side of him, this side. And he looked over and pointed and saw Grant. And now he's on this side. and looks up and sees him at the, yeah, totally different.
It comes back. It was like up here, and it's about like this. And to be perfectly honest with you, I don't know, but I think this might have been the Rockaway's head. So then the front end is like here, and he's laying here, and the truck is like this, and then it comes down and it's centered. And so you can see the back left bumper must have took the brunt. It must have angled as it came down here and took the brunt of these rocks first.
Right.
But it went through that. It didn't stop like this.
Right.
It settled and was like that. So.
Right. This is the worst part.
It's
like right here, I mean, none of us have guardrails. I mean, like, it's so easy, and this is so shallow. Not realize that's
The
here.
guardrail could have done just the same damage.
Do what?
The guardrail could have done the same damage to his body.
Yeah, that's true.
That might have rolled through the guardrail.
Hey, Daisy. All right, everybody. I think that's going to have to do it for today. We can get back to this because I'm not letting this one go either. This is too damaging. It's ridiculous at this point that this guy is getting away with these things. And he's been in hiding for 4 months after all this, you know? Why are you hiding? If you have nothing to hide, what are you hiding for? So, once again, guys, I want to thank you guys for joining me today and for supporting the channel. For those of you that are still here, you are appreciated so very much. And I thank you for joining us on some of these cold cases today, looking at them. Thank you guys for the recommendations on these, that's for sure. Very much so. And again, yes, Lissy, welcome to the sauce. We have a new meatball with us. Tomorrow is Supernatural Friday, folks. We will be getting into some supernatural stuff tomorrow, so make sure you join us. It should be interesting, for sure. And then I'll be Jesus. I will be having a show tomorrow night as well. So I hope you're here for that one. I hope you guys enjoyed this for the most part. Most of you, at least, I hope you enjoyed it. If not, my apologies. I am so sorry. Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate it. Welcome to the new members. Anybody that's in here, thank you so very much. Anybody that donated to support the channel via the Cash App, Pen, Venmo, or PayPal, thank you so very much for that as well. Take care, Moni. Thank you. You too, Tanya. And yes, for those, Heather, thank you very much. Anybody that donated with those, thank you so much. That is so very much appreciated. Anybody that may have donated in any way, shape, or form, whether it be through Amazon, any of this stuff, please know that from the bottom of my heart, I do absolutely appreciate you. I love you all so very much. Moderators, always a great job, as I stated, always. Love you all so very much too, guys. And don't forget to love yourselves and to love each other, because you are the beautiful people. Do not change a thing about yourselves. Miss Mama J, thank you so much for that. I do appreciate you. It looks like Lissy, member for 2 months, so she just re-signed. Okay, I see what it was. Well, congrats, Miss Lissy. Welcome back again. Great to have you here. Yes, I have, Rolo. John D'Souza. Big fan. Big fan. Absolutely, Noni. Thank you for being here and supporting it all. Guys, I love you so very much. And I will see you all on the other side. Have a great night, folks. Bye-bye.